Nyttel, and welcome back to Nyttel's Lost Book Club, Asagao Academy Edition. So, for this episode, a couple of things are going to be a little different. Usually, my chat would appear on screen, as would my alerts. Today, those will not show up. That's because I am commencing a most dangerous route today. In addition to all that, I went back into the past and made a decision, specifically on day 6. It was this decision that Paul asked us to make. Which do you think is more important, our student government or the fashion show? We went back in time, and last time, when we had to make the decision, we went with student government, obviously. But Hana has an eye for fashion. I think it's a fashion show.
All right.
Yes, thanks for knowing what's up, Hana. I want you to win presidency again, Paul. Really do, but fashion show will be even greater for the school. Plus, my posters are here first. I have spatial rights. Dude, your fashion show isn't even that cool. Jealousy, rage, a killer high jump kick. They should call you the man of 3 features. I'm not some cheap fashion figure. Well, whatever. I guess I'll put my posters somewhere with free walls. Maybe I'll get a janitor or two to vote for me. Thanks for being truthful, Hana. I'm gonna try harder and see if I can change students' minds about this. It was amazing you even cared what I thought. Not usually right about these things. You should listen to her. My patted me on the back and I jumped. I forgot she was there. And from here, everything else proceeds normally. So, the relevant thing, that's today's stream, is that we're going to be dealing with the consequences of that decision. And we are now back in the future. Back in the present, more like. We have pitched John, PBG, Sash, and Shane before. I'm saving Gerard for later. But for today's stream, we're going with Jared.
Jared?
I watched Mai through my eyelashes. Her eyes widened and she looked away for a minute. I'm sorry, Mai. No, Hana, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry at all. Of course you'd fall for him. Jared's the most attractive man that has ever walked this earth. You probably have a way better chance of being with him than I ever did anyways. You actually talked to him. You do too. I shook her head and held out a hand.
No.
No, it's better this way. Well, go on.
What?
What?
Uh-huh.
Go on, get your man. But wait, you mean now?
Yeah.
Yeah. I hit me on the back and practically shoved me towards the door. As I began to leave, my legs turned jelly, small pink clouds filled my vision. What? No. I was tossing cherry blossom petals over my head. Don't get Senpai to notice you. Why? She gave a lopsided smile.
You're my best friend.
You're more important to be the dumb boy, Hana. You're my best friend. I blurred as tears filled my vision. Bye. Thank you. I beamed at me.
Yeah!
No time to talk, Hana. This is gonna be your big day. You're main character. Unless you mess up real badly, you'll definitely get a good answer. I've messed up a lot, though. Let's go! With a final shove, I was out the door. Now, where would I find him? It's okay, Hana. You can do this. I had been standing in front of Jared's door for 7 minutes. 7. My knees kept trembling. My hands were sweating. But I had to do it. There's no way I could go back and face Mai if I didn't, especially after she gave me her support. That was it, then. I turned and walked back to the beginning of the hall. I'd just walk up in one swift motion.
Hey,
Hey man, what do you think about any extra
Hana.
Anna? I forgot to knock on the door. Jared, sitting at his desk, hastily shoved whatever he was reading under and stood to face me. What exactly are you doing here?
Uh,
Will you go to the flower festival with me? My teeth were almost chattering with how much I was stuttering. Jared stood for a moment, his head cocked to the side. Wait, you're... Oh! He flipped his hair, in an instant restored to complete assurance. Of course I'll go to the festival with you. In fact, I was planning on asking you myself.
really?
Really? But this is even better. It was brave of you to ask me out, Hana. I know I can be... He stepped closer. Intimidating. Not at all.
Really?
Really, thank you, I'm impressed. My legs shook again, this time for altogether different reason. How about we meet tomorrow too? I've got something I want to show you.
Yeah.
Sure, that sounds great.
Bye.
Then I must beg your leave, milady. I've returned to what I was working on before.
See you later.
Of course, goodbye. I dashed out of the room and leaned against the wall with a sigh. I can't believe he was going to ask me. A dull thud came from inside his room. Probably his drawer. Come to think of it, what was he working on before I came in? Something about an extra dungeon? Oh. I shook my head. It was none of my business. I had a date to prepare for. I woke up late the next morning, the day of the flower festival. I was buzzing with anticipation because that took me forever to wake up, and I was almost noon, rubbing my eyes as I arose.
Hana.
Hey there, sleepyhead. Good morning. You slept even later than I did. That's impressive, Hana. I sat up in bed, and something on the edge of my desk caught my eye.
Hey,
What's that?
I don't know.
Oh, that? A letter for you. Came in the mail this morning, so I just sat it. I scrambled out of bed and into my desk chair, ripping open the letter. Whoa, jeez, calm down. It's not going anywhere. Turning away from her, I started to read. Little Blossom, how have you been doing these past few weeks? I'm sorry I haven't found the time to write. Your pa has been working hard lately. I see him go right to sleep when I get home. I know things are difficult for you here, and I hope that you're having a better time where you are now. It isn't the same without you here. I miss your cheeriness, watching TV with you. Most of all, your parent care about around the kitchen. Anna, I know you feel bad about the pressure you're supposed to be putting on me, but don't. I do this because I love you. There's nothing I want more in this world than your happiness. I miss you, Hana. Be strong. Your papa. My hands trembled. Tears filled my eyes. I hadn't written him since arriving at Asagao. As many times as days he crossed my mind, I just been busy with other things. He must be worried sick, and from the sound of things, he was also depressed. I miss my father. I miss my home. I miss helping him. If I wasn't around to cook him breakfast, he almost never ate. He kept saying it was fine, but he was getting older, without Mom there to take care of him. Hana, you okay? I wiped my tears on my eyes on my sleeve, and my tears that were on my eyes onto my sleeve. Whatever. Yeah, I'm fine. I miss my dad. I picked up a pencil and paper, began to write, trying hard to block out the years. Eventually my return on work and let me be. Alright, time to get a drink, because my throat's actually a little dry. This morning, at least. Yeah, I'm doing really great here. This has been the best change of my life. I have a best friend, and I might join a club. I even have a date. You sacrificed so much to bring me here. I know I hardly give you any choice of the way things are going. I'm spoiled and ungrateful, but you always did whatever was necessary for me. I miss you so much, but thank you. This was a huge sacrifice. Seriously, look at all the goats you sacrificed in order to bring me here. Please eat well and take care of yourself. Remember 2 glasses of water and one for bed. Have breakfast. And really things to make. Draw a smiley face on and ketchup, just like I would if I was there. Someone lived through that, so make sure you do it. I miss you. And tell Mom happy birthday. Boom. Now, later I emerged into the sunlight in my yukata, feeling somewhat self-conscious. Apparently, it wasn't normal to go to the festival in the yukata, but Ma insisted I wear one. I asked what she was doing for the festival, but she didn't quite respond. Oh, you know, I've got plans. I didn't really buy it, though. I shifted nervously on the steps in front of the dorm. Where was Jared? Was it possible he stood me up? That jerk. It was a crisp spring day. The birds shattering in the trees and the sunlight bouncing off the cement walkway lifted my spirits. A breeze wafted through the air, carrying with it a brief hint of the ocean. And something else. Ham.
Hana!
As he said. Jared appeared from around the corner, somewhat disheveled. Oh wow, Jared appears. He smiled brightly at me, his teeth clenching in the light. I'm so sorry I'm late. Not at all.
You're perfect.
You look beautiful. Perfect, even. Not many can pull off a yukata so purple. Yet with you, it only brings out your beauty. Oh, you're just saying that. Together, we make the most attractive pair Asagao has ever seen. You goddamn ham. Now I know, I keep track of that stuff. Very ham. So what are we gonna do today? I wanted to show you something. Have you been off campus yet? No, I've been so busy I kinda forgot the rest of the world existed. Great. Well, not great, but I've got something to show you. Come on. He held up his hand out for me to take. Blushing, I grabbed it, and he gently led me away from the dorm and into the campus. His hand was warm, long and thin. I didn't expect it, but my hand was so tiny that his practically engulfed mine. Jesus. But there was something else about them. They felt intricate and exacting, like an artist's hands. We met? Jared was looking at me expectantly.
What?
Wait, what? What did you think of me when we first met? We weren't even 5 minutes into the festival and already he was asking me this? Wait, shit, we're not even at that festival yet. We're still on campus. When did we first met? Jared was the first person I met when I came to Asagao, wasn't he?
Well,
You were the most beautiful person I ever met. You were also the first Asagao student I met. I was absolutely terrified of coming here, and I was terrified of you. So scared I could hardly remember anything about meeting him. You remember my name. You figured out my name, and I didn't get yours. Of course I remembered your name. I was struck by you. You super ham. I'm sorry? I can't really put my finger on it. He rubbed his hand across his forehead, deep in thought. I'm not used to not being able to explain things. This is weird. Okay, you know when you have a cute little puppy, and when it's in front of you, it's the most captivating, magnificent creature you've ever seen. You just want to watch it and cuddle it, and make sure no one steps on it. It was kind of like that, except that you're a girl, not a puppy, and you don't need me to keep people from stepping on you. Anyway, I was working on something at the time, and I couldn't stay focused, so I had to talk to you. What were you working on? He avoided my eyes, instead turning to point at a tree we were passing by. And thank you for the lurk. Painful cage. Do you see that? Yes, it is a tree. These trees are really smart. They only bloom after the last snow the season has fallen. How does it know that? He sighed, staring wistfully at the trees. Some things are not meant for us to know. Jeez, got it. I won't ask what you're working on again. We left campus, but instead of heading for the nearby train station, Jared led me out towards the empty field. Oh, I've been here before. Good. I was getting worried that you were close, but I noticed something you haven't seen. He pulled me to the left. On the very edge of the field was a long tree line, and Jared led me straight towards it. This was weird. Rather, Jared was weird. He was still his flamboyant self, but he seemed to have toned it down a lot. I wasn't sure what did it, but it wasn't what I expected. Not that it was bad. Being surrounded by Jared's intensity for a number of hours seemed like it would wear me out quickly. But I was confused. We entered the trees, creeping over shrubs and fallen logs. Brown path was worn into the ground from someone, Jared, walking it, but it had fallen into slight disrepair as the weeds were struggling to consume it again. Was he the only one who knew about this place? People always said they had a private place, but usually it wasn't actually private. Like calling your office to be in like the middle of like a lobby of a academic building or something. Anyway, Jared stopped in front of me. I bumped into his back. We're here. Where? Looking around, there were just trees. Then Jared stepped aside. Look. CG. Oh my goodness. A lot of pink flowers. They almost match her hair, actually. This is a secret place. At least I hope it is. I don't tell people about it. The flowers here are the most beautiful I've ever seen. Ever seen. I think it's because the soil here is allowed to go through its natural cycles. Things die in it to decompose, the flowers get to eat. And the flowers die in winter, just like everything else here. But in spring, they bloom again, and each year they're more vibrant. They pop open, sing to the skies, sweet melodies of light and water and sun drops. Ah, never mind. They're just really pretty flowers. I giggled. You seem to know a lot about flowers. To my other surprise, Jared blushed. Yeah, I do. He didn't say anything else. A strange tension hung in the air. Did I say something wrong? No, not at all. I'm just really bad at talking about myself. I never know what exactly I want to say. Something about the phrasing confused me, but Jared continued before I could figure out what. My family owns a school for traditional Japanese arts.
Really?
Really? He stuck his hand in his pocket and looked away from me. He didn't seem too pleased to be just discussing this. We're masters of all the traditional arts, tea ceremonies, flower arrangement, kabuki theater, dance. Older families send their kids to us to be cultured, and girls from all over Japan get sent to learn how to be good women. You don't seem... And also, I didn't like how that was in quotes. Because it seems to, like, or at least, I feel like he put it in quotes because he disagrees with the idea. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't really, I'll figure it out. The type? I flinched, not expecting his sudden aggression. The more I thought about it, the more it made sense. Jared was good at many things, but more than that, he was poised, charismatic, and elegant. First thing he thought when he saw him was how much of an impact his presence made, and how intelligent he was. He was beautiful. Okay. When that thing was in quotes, what I was thinking is that Jared seems to think in this, maybe, I feel like that maybe implies that he doesn't agree with their idea of what constitutes a good woman according to the book, according to the school. And I think we might see more of that. I'm not sure yet. Almost like he was sculpted by an artisan. If only just now occurred to me that perhaps he really had been. Is that why you're Asagao? He sighed. Only the best for me. You don't know how much talking it took to get my mom to send me here, or to let me start modeling. I whistled. Jared looked at me warily. Whoops. I didn't know what to say, so instead I turned back to the flowers. The sun was getting kinda hot. It was beating straight down to my neck, and a single sweat drop rolled down my back and melted into the back of my obi. I shuddered. Well, would you like to keep walking? There are a few other nice places to take you.
Yeah.
Sure. Anything to dispel this awkwardness. But tell me a bit about yourself. How'd you get to Asagao? I laughed nervously. Well, I'm a scholarship student. There's no way my father and I would be able to manage his costs by ourselves. Actually. Weird. Anyway. He raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. I'm not even sure how they pass the interview process. Most of the kids here are either rich like Mai or smart like Satch or incredibly talented like you. Actually, hold on. Huh. Alright. It slipped out without me even realizing. Jared beamed at me. Why, thank you, my dearest lady. You're welcome. There, that was it. That weird highfalutin speech he got. He hadn't been talking like that until just now. Why? There was no one around us. We were just walking in the empty field. I didn't understand, but there was no way I was going to ask why, and after the awkwardness we just went through. Well, what are your dreams? My dreams? Yeah, what do you want to do after you leave Asagao? I couldn't remember the last time I had a dream or an overarching goal. When I was little, I had some. A nurse, an actress, writer, a vet. All the usual things a child could want to be. At some part when I was growing up, I lost that part of me. When did that? I stopped walking. Jared immediately stopped too, looking at me in concern.
Oh,
So you don't know? What? Oh. No, I don't. I stopped thinking about the future after. That's okay, me neither. No, you? But you're... you! Yeah, me. He scratched his neck and looked away. He didn't go on either. Are you not going to explain?
Yeah.
Do you actually want to hear this? He said it with more force than I expected. He turned to face me, eyes shining. Do you? Yes, that's why I asked. What was going on with him? Was he always like this? No, he wasn't. He was usually so much. And now he was being much, but he was being a very different kind of much. My mother wants me to inherit the Institute, of course. There's no one but me to do it. I'm not so sure. I think I'd rather go into entertainment.
Really?
Really? That's so cool. He chuckled. Is it? There's not a good likelihood I'll end up in anything more than a few commercials. Maybe small town plays in some restaurant in Osaka. With your looks? No. I'm being practical. You're being dumb. You're usually so confident you have absolute faith in yourself. Why not now with this? If I were about anyone else, you told him to keep going till he made it happen, right? Well, same here. If you work hard enough and good enough and don't give up, you'll definitely make it. I believe that. He passed through a surprising mixture of emotions before my eyes. Eventually, he sighed again. You're right. I should just believe in myself. And maybe you'll figure out what exactly you want to do too. Yeah. I'm sure I will. Remained in thoughtful silence as he led me up to the steps of the dorm. He paused in front of the door and I wanted to whack myself with my own obi. Like those, Gregorian monks. Anyway. I wasn't sure how it happened, but I really botched things up. No, you didn't. This is probably one of the most awkward dates you've ever been on. Seriously. Well, here we are. Yep, here we are. Suddenly, he jumped back away from me. Oh! What? What? Nothing, I'd love to be able to spend more time with you, but I have something I need to practice for. I stared at him, and he waved his hand that way he had. Don't worry, you'll find out about it soon enough.
Hana?
But Hana... He clasped my hand in his. Thank you so much. He was staring into the depths of my soul, as if I did him a huge service. You're welcome? Was hanging out with Jared always going to be this weird? Really, I mean it. I love this. You don't know how much it means to me. And he's blushing hard. I guess not.
Bye.
Anyway, I'll talk to you later. Bye. He let go of my hands and dashed off, a small cloud of dust trailing at his feet. Well, that was a fun day on the wall. I think. By the time I got back, sun was setting. Oh my! Maya was lying in her bed, facing the wall. She was already in her PJs. Did she say she was going to festival with someone else? Lana, you're back already? Festival's still going. Yeah, we were just together for the day. Jared said he had some more stuff to work on. Oh, I see. Did you not go? I heard shuffling from her bunk. I went, but I left pretty quickly. You know, once you've been the one, you've been them all. Plus, I didn't want to get roped into helping Miss Shizuka sell flowers. She's been crazy since her boyfriend broke up with her. Another one? Yeah. An awkward silence filled the room. I really wanted to talk with her about what happened. I felt like I was going to explode, but maybe that wasn't a good idea. I crawled to my bed. Mai said it was alright, but she'd liked Jared for a while. It was kind of her to let me go out to festival with him. But I guess it would have been unreasonable for her to do otherwise. Wouldn't it? Or should I have not have gone? Rustling came from above me. Mai's hair appeared from over the side of her bunk.
Hiya.
Hiya. A pair of lively green eyes blinked at me. So, how did it go? It was amazing. A second too late, I realized I should probably restrain myself. I mean, you know, he's a cool guy. I've never been on a date before. So it's pretty, interesting. He's very suave. Isn't he?
He's so cute.
He's so beautiful. He's a ham. Really, there's no other person I could approve of him dating. If it wasn't you, I'd probably kill her. The anger behind her voice made me question whether it was really a joke. But we're not officially dating yet, you know? Yeah. I suppose you could have messed up badly enough that he never wanted to see you again. That's probably why he hovered around and walked you back. So you noticed. It smells like him. I self-consciously smelled myself, getting nothing but the scent of smoke. I mean, you do smoke a ham, right? How could you smell it from there? I couldn't even smell it.
Hana.
Oh, Hana, my adorable friend. Finally finding a man who understands how wonderful you are. I'm glad he had fun, if he didn't. She pounded her fist menacingly. No, it was wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. What all did you do? I filled her in on the date. The flowers, the conversation, Jared's compliments. I whistled. He is suave as hell. I told you. This is a call for celebration, Hana. We'll have to celebrate. Let's go for ice cream soon.
Yeah.
Sure. What a good friend she was. If you don't mind, I'm gonna go shower. I definitely mind. I want you to smell forever. Oh, you're the worst. The halls and bathroom were completely barren of girls. It seemed like everyone was out at the festival, friends or boyfriends. Did I really go? Probably not. Something told me she hadn't. Got back to the room, humming quietly to myself. I hung my towel in my closet and turned to ask Maya what she did at the festival, but when I saw her... She noticed me looking at her. Hey, I'm gonna go to bed, alright? Yeah, okay, I'll turn him to. I turned off the light and crossed the room, curling in the bed. Maya wasn't okay with this after all, but even after knowing how sad Maya was, I was still happy that he asked me instead of her. Really now. 1 second. Sorry about that. Nose is running and thing was in my throat. Jared was a wonderful guy for more reasons his irresistible attractiveness. Most people probably couldn't tell, but there's something deeper in Jared. Something genuine trying to get out. My eyes shifted above me and a pang struck my heart. As sad as she was, I couldn't deny that I was happy. And that thought only made me feel worse. Oh Lord. Chapter 2. Jared Smug and Jared Smooth. I awoke the next morning to the sound of Maya's hairdryer. Oh, sorry, Hana. Maybe he's using all the outlets at once again.
What a jerk.
Why that girl can't learn to blow dry her hair straight instead of using 4 different straightening irons is beyond me. You're fine. I got dressed, watching Maya from the corner of my eye. She seemed as energetic as usual. In fact, almost too energetic. I wonder whether the whole issue of Jared was still bothering her.
I can't believe
It's so
this.
dumb that we have class day after a festival. Like, who does that? Obviously, Asagao does. Town school prestige, whatever. Suzuka will probably be hungover, so it's not like we'll have to try. Maybe it wasn't. Regardless whether it was or wasn't, Maya was trying to behave normally around me. I should do the same for her. And there I was, like, just leave me alone. I threw my raw meat on him. You what? Yeah, well, he totally deserved it. You can't just go stalking people when they turn you down. That's creepy. Anna? Mimi ran up to me the minute I walked in the door, eyes wide. What's wrong? Is everything okay? I glanced around the room. Everyone, including PBG, John and Shane, was watching me in complete silence. Hey, what's going on? You have a problem with my friend? No, it's, She stepped to the side. Behind her, I saw my desk, covered with a bouquet of beautiful pink, white, and yellow flowers. What is that? Nobody said anything. Even Maya was completely speechless. I slowly approached my desk, as if waiting for a gerbil to pop out of the bouquet and attack. It wouldn't be the first time. The gentle fragrance of the flowers wafted up to me. This is unbelievably beautiful. The flowers are arranged in such a way that the smaller flowers and the larger ones complement each other. They were more beautiful together than they were on their own. I couldn't stop looking at them. Something white poked out from between 2 pink and yellow flowers. Card? I fished it out. It was cream with gold embroidering. No company name was listed. Instead it read Nobbenbauer. Oh god. I opened up the card. A brief message, handwritten in flowing loops and smooth lines, read, Hana, thank you so much for attending the flower festival with me. I could not have had a lovelier time than with someone as beautiful in both heart and mind as yourself. The pink flowers are amaryllis. They symbolize shyness. The white flowers are anemones. They symbolize sincerity. The yellow ones are gardenias. They symbolize how I feel about you. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna look up what gardenias symbolize right now. Gardenia. Meaning. Onto the Google. What does gardenia flower symbolize? They're often chosen for wedding bouquets. They're associated with purity, love, and refinement. I mean that Jared might love us already, but why? I'm sorry, I had to take that aside to look up the flower. Anyway, enough of that madness. I hope you have a great day today. I'll see you again soon, Jared. Damn! I jumped. My help at hand. It's fine, Hana. These are amazing. You must have really impressed him. I guess so? So they are from Jared. Yeah, they are. My best friend went to the flower festival together. Got a problem with it? Baby's face clearly indicated she did. She always has a problem. Whatever. She slunk off to her own chair. Oh, this is great. He's head over heels for you. Really? Why? Did it have to be ham? Mai shook her head. I'm really happy for you. Do you like them? Yeah, I do. Oh, I suck. Sorry, choking on ham. Yeah, this is amazing. I didn't expect it at all. It must be because we're in different classes, so you won't get to see you. Congratulations, though. Miss Shizuka walked in, barely registering the commotion surrounding my desk. Class, get in your seats and self-study or something. She sat down, pulled her head in her hands. Told you to be hungover. At the sound of Mai's voice, Miss Shizuka looked up. What's going on over there? I tried to hide the bouquet behind my back, but I was too tiny to cover them up. I see how it is. Someone sent you flowers, did they? She came towards me, an evil gleam in her eye. Seems like some boy loves you, does he? Incorrect.
Men.
All men are scum who leave you to first sign of an age line. Why? Just remember what I said, Hana, you poor thing. Someday you'll feel heartbreak, and you'll understand. I didn't feel like that was the case, but I didn't think saying so would be particularly helpful. Class, just do something else today. Shizuka slumped into her desk, resting her head on the table, seemingly going to sleep. Whoa, that was bad. See, Shizuka's jealous. I shrugged. Might as well get to work. All throughout class, I was distracted by the sweet scent of Jared's flowers. Even every time I looked at Mai, she was staring out the window with a slight frown on her face. Shame crawled down the back of my neck. Are we playing songs or something? Anyway, but what else could I really do? I glanced at the flowers again. At the very least, I should thank him for the flowers when class is over. That way, Mai could have some time to herself too. Class is finally over. Michizuku slunk out of the room and students began standing and stretching. Hey, Ma, it's okay if you go back to the dorm without me? Yeah, of course. I'll have to get ready for practice anyways.
See you later.
I'll see you later. I left the room, her smile quickly fading. I gathered up my flowers and was about to leave the classroom when...
Hey.
Hana, is Mai okay? Not really. What happened? I glanced down at the flowers in my hands. He looked at them with a puzzled expression. Upon seeing the card tucked inside of them, his eyes widened. Oh! Yeah. Oh. She says alright and she's cheering me on, but she's clearly bummed about it. I feel terrible. That's really hard. I don't know what to do. I don't know that there's anything you can do. I don't think she'd want you to stop for her sake.
Well...
He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You know, maybe it'll help to have someone she can talk to. I'll go check on her.
Really?
Would you really? Yuji and Mai never seemed particularly close to me. Sure, I can't just sit and watch someone be sad all the time. That's... Thank you, Yuji.
See ya.
No problem, see you later. Bye-bye. Ugh. Even PBG's giving me the ham syndrome. Fuck. With that, he dashed out of the room, no doubt heading for her dorm. That was really kind of him, and it weighed off my shoulders. PBG was right. At this point, there was nothing I could really do to be helpful for her. Trying to hide my happiness would only make both of us feel guilty. I hope he helps. Shaking my head, I left for the classroom and started searching for Jared. Now that I thought about it, I didn't really know where Jared hung out. I checked by his classroom and by his class's lockers, but he was nowhere to be found. He wasn't in the campus or center, nor at the ice cream shop. Could he be having a meeting? Was I allowed to go into the club room? I was a member after all. Yet. I inched close towards the door of the Normal Boots club room. Loud bangs and screams were echoing from within. I didn't know what they were doing in there, but I wasn't quite sure I wanted to find out. But the scent of the flowers in my hands reminded me of Jared's kindness. I had to try. I knocked on the door and spoke as loud as I could without yelling. Excuse me, is Jared in there? Beep!
Perfect.
Hana, perfect, you're just in time. He grabbed my arm and dragged me into the room, pulling the door shut behind me. Inside, Shane, Gerard, John, and all of Continue were standing on top of their desk. Shane's tie was pulled up around his head as if he were drunk. John was wearing his normal boots jacket with like a cape. Meanwhile, Continue were gripping onto each other for dear life. They had formed a human pyramid. What was going on? Alas! I turned to Jared in confusion. The mayor has finally arrived. Please tell us how he would save us from the destroyers who have risen in the above water city of Atlantis. And thanks for the lurking work, Slav. I gaped at him. A grunt came from behind me. I turned to see Shane pulling his tie back around his neck. I don't think non-members should be allowed in the club room. Oh, come on, Shane. I jumped. What I had taken to be an oddly carved statue lamp was actually Gerard holding a lampshade above his head. The hell? I was basically a member.
No.
No, she's competing in the tournament with us for right now. She's not a member. Jared folded his arms. Everyone, take 5. As Norbu's members climbed off their desk in an awkward silence, jovial mood killed. Jared gestured me to the door. I'm sorry about that, Hana. And oh god! Sparkles! I'm sorry about that, Hana. No, that's okay. I mean, he had a point. I'm not a member. No, but that didn't give him the right to be rude about it. Yeah. I paused. Something on your mind? Well, it seems like he's never really liked me. Jared ran his hand through his hair. When he finished, it was somehow even more perfect than before. Oh, come on. Try not to take anything Shane says seriously. He has a bad history of girls, but it takes a while for him to warm up to them. Just try not to take it personally. A bad history of girls. That might explain his behavior. But is that really good enough reason to be mean to me? I didn't do anything to him after all. He shouldn't be taking it out on me. But I had problems making friends after leaving my old school. Maybe I shouldn't judge. I'll try. Thanks, Hana. What? Can you tell me what was going on in there? In there? Oh. An odd expression came over Jared. His mouth was scrunched like he was trying not to smile. He's also blushing. He looks like a ham. Come on. Was he blushing? Yes, Hana, he is. That's something called improv. Improv! Improvisation. It's kind of a branch of theater work. It involves creating scenes on the spur of the moment. It sounds easy, but you have to try to make a coherent scene that has a conflict, beginning and ending, all while remembering and not negating what your teammates before you have created. So we were doing an exercise about always saying yes to a situation. As you saw, it can get a little crazy. No doubt. You should try it sometime. I think you'd quite enjoy it. Alright. First decision. Something tells you that Hana would enjoy it, actually. So saying I'd like that would be a good answer to use. I don't think I'm suited for it would probably disappoint Jared. Or disappoint ourselves. I'm not sure. Let's say it like that. It seems like a lot of fun, but I don't think you'll be happy anytime soon with the way Shane and I are. You make a good point. Despite the fact that I basically rejected him, Jared seemed happier than ever before. It's probably for the best. He was so cute when he smiled that it almost burned. I looked down to avoid his beauty, was reminded of the flowers in my hands. Oh, I came by to say thank you for the flowers. They're so beautiful. No one's ever done something like this for me. Jared waved a hand through the air. Don't thank me. I'm actually sorry for them.
What?
What? Why? I was trying to find flowers as beautiful as you, but it was impossible. You! Jared reached a hand towards my face, closing distance between us. But was he going to...
Hey guys!
Hey, are you finished yet? Jared sucked air between his teeth. Try reading the atmosphere sometime, bud.
Huh?
What are you talking about? Air pressure's always the same. Never mind.
Bye.
Looks like I've got to go, Hana. I'll be seeing you around.
Bye.
Okay, goodbye. Jared might have been upset about being interrupted, but I wasn't. I don't know that I could have handled whatever is going to happen next. As screams emanated from the clubroom again, I scurried home, certain I resembled a walking tomato. Yeah. I finally made it back to the dorms, allowed a sigh of relief. That was a much busier day than I had ever expected. I tried the door of the room, but it was locked. Weird, wasn't my bag by now? Shaking my head, I pulled out my keys to unlock the door. Those flowers were so pretty, though. There's just no way. I paused, my hand hovering over the keyhole. Were they talking about me? Probably. Do you really think they are an official coupled pairing? Of course not. Jared is a god compared to Hana. There's no way he'd be interested in something like her. I unlocked the door and quickly rushed inside. The last thing I heard before I shut the door was Kaksu saying, "Yeah, you're right." Even Kaksu thinks that Jared is a god. Why? I set flowers down on my desk and turned to look in my vanity mirror. Huh? Maybe they were right. I glanced at the flowers on my desk. They were already starting to wilt. Oh man. I stretched in front of me. I was so tired of sitting around inside. It had been a few weeks since school started. The cold early spring weather was gradually shifting to warm, lazy summer. The campus outside was overrun with wildlife, butterflies, squirrels, and the like. We stood together, staring out the open cafeteria window. All gusts of wind blew through, carrying with it the scent of fresh-cut grass. What do you say we sit outside and eat today?
Yeah!
Oh my gosh, yes! Thank you, Hana, thank you! We carefully carried our trays out to a grassy nook on campus. Getting soup wasn't the best idea. It took me so long getting there that Maya already went up to our dorm and back. Now she's sat on the ground with a blanket.
Hey yo!
It's about time. I'll say. Okay, while you're gone, I was thinking we should play a game. I kneeled on the grass and broke open my chopsticks. A game. How about I Spy? Ugh, no. He took a bite out of her ham sandwich. That's way too boring. How about we adopt a crocodile and put it into Mimi's bathtub? That would not be a bad idea, actually. I choked on my ramen. Are you kidding me? I love that. No, is that not a good prank?
Well...
I suppose we could also, like, go into her room and clean it or something. God knows it needs. She'd never know who did it. She was a regular Wednesday when it came to pranks. I slurped the broth of my ramen, chicken flavored, nice and savory.
Hey!
How about Ninja? Ninja? What's that? I sprang to my feet. I challenge you to battle! We're saving that screenshot. That's great. Maya jumped backwards from her sitting position, landing on her feet a few spaces away.
Yeah!
I don't know what that means, but okay. How could this be? I somehow managed to jump exactly a yard away. Too far away for physical attacks, but just far enough that she could reach me with a long-range weapon. What is this, dagger here? I see you know the Psycho style of martial arts. Okay, so she's a Dan type of character. Okay, this should be easy as long as we Ryu-ken this. Yes, I was raised by a warrior monk temple. My parents were killed in a mugging. Too bad for you that I know the only style capable of destroying Psycho style. Mustard to come. No! Yes! I jumped over the picnic blanket and landed next to her. To make this a fair fight, you must take turns. First I attack, and you dodge. But you can only make one movement. Then the system repeats with you attacking. I'm not sure I I swiped at her shoulder with my hand. She dodged to the right. Of course you do! She swiped up my stomach. I stepped back. I see. It's only a matter of time until your downfall. Hey, what's going on over here? Ah! Screaming, I slammed the back of her hand to PBG's face. Oh no! PBG, are you okay? PBG collapsed to the ground, revealing Jared behind him doubled over in laughter. That was amazing. My, you should be proud. Well, I'm joking about choking on ham, but I am, like, developing a lot of phlegm for some fucking reason. I don't know why. My, you should be proud. It's fine. You have really good reflexes, Mai.
Sorry.
I'm so sorry. Mai grabbed Hyuji's face, inspecting it for bruises. From the look of pain on his face, her doing that only made it worse. Here, stepped around them and came to stand next to me.
Hey.
What were you guys doing? We were playing a game of ninja. How embarrassing, caught playing around like a couple of children. To my surprise, Jared's face lit up.
All right.
Ninja? What's that? It sounds awesome.
Really?
Really?
Yeah!
You should play with us. I sprang up behind us out of nowhere, PBG at her side. I mean, if you're up for it. He glanced sheepishly at PBG. Sure, it sounds fun. Don't feel bad, Mai. It was just my luck. Besides, now I know who to call if I ever need a bodyguard. We laughed as Mai blushed, but
Seriously?
that's probably the truest statement I've heard all day. But why'd you guys come out here anyways? We saw you two beautiful girls are missing, and we had to come to see what you were up to. There's no way I can survive without your beauty to shine light upon me. In that case... I aimed a sharp jab at Jared's thigh. He jumped back and reappeared a few feet away in a blur. How'd you do that? Unlike you two, who were raised to be stealthy seductresses, I was raised by a small fleet of humanoid cheetahs. Oh no, not the fucking cheetah men. We'll see about that. By the time the warning bell rang, we collapsed onto the picnic blanket and were watching the shifting shapes of the clouds. That was fun. We should do it again. Kieran leaned up on his elbow and smiled down at me. Yes, we should. Well, time to head to class.
I'll see you around.
I'll see you ladies later. See ya, PBG. He waved and sauntered away. PBG whistled. Smooth as ever, that guy. No wonder he's got such a big head. I wish I knew how to sparkle. It's overrated, PBG. It just crashes games and stuff sometimes. Class today consisted of a kind of busy work. We all gathered around a collection of desks that were pushed together in the center of the room. In front of us was a map grid. A group of red ruffians was on one end, while our own forces were on the left in blue. Kinda like Fire Emblem. There were a bunch of different classes. Great Knights, Priests, Lords, Tacticians. Yes, this is very much Fire Emblem. I'm sorry. We were supposed to be finding a way to kill ruffians without losing any of our own troops. Yep, that sounds like Fire Emblem. I've been playing that a lot lately. Why were we doing this again? Asagao was a military academy. Well, this game came 3 years before that particular one. I was trying to focus on the task, but I kept getting distracted by Mai. It happened again. She kept looking across the room, making that face. But in the jumble of bodies, couldn't tell what or who she was looking at. Shane, PBG, John, Ian, and Luke were all standing a bunch across from her. What exactly was going on? I think it might be PBG. Seeing as you have nobody to write down your strategy, Miss Sasaki, I expect you'll memorize the function of each of your troops. This one right here. She gestured to a pink-haired soldier. What is this one's function on the battlefield? Crap. Mai didn't know this at all. She hated strategy assignments. I inched closer to her and muttered the answer out of the corner of my mouth. She's a dancer. She raises the morale of the other troops, and so they get to move an extra turn. They? No? No, just one of them. Well done, Mrs. Saki. You should write that down. By the way, dancers, good. Anyway, my sigh of relief. Thanks, Hana. The rest of class, she buried herself in her notebook, scribbling her tactics without ever looking up. It took quite a bit of effort to get out of the classroom without being murdered by 15 jealous fangirls. I had no idea Jerry was so popular around Asagao. I mean, sure, he was insatiably attractive, charismatic, kind, smooth as all get out. Okay, maybe I should have seen this one coming. Still, there's no reason they should have anything out for me. It was one festival day. It wasn't like we were official. An image of Jerry and I holding hands on a crowded boardwalk edged itself into my mind. No, no, get a grip on yourself, Hana. And then she gets killed. With some effort, I refocused on Mai, who was shining away to me happily. Of course, she was in the wrong. I mean, who goes into space without being convinced an alien that will break into their ship and murder them? Astronauts? She bounced on her heels, beaming and gesturing with her charismatic, wild enthusiasm. It was like night and day compared to the distant daydreaming Maya had seen before. What happened to make her so happy? She was acting weird during class, but had I missed something? Hey, what's that? She pointed to our door. A thick beige envelope was taped to the white wood. I snapped it off before I could get a close look at it.
What?
Holy crap, it's engraved! And it's addressed to you! She ran her hand over the front, then handed it to me. It was heavy, almost as if made of parchment paper. To Hana was written across the front in an elegant golden scroll. Mai and I retreated into our dorm room, away from any potential prying eyes. Well, open it. I tore the envelope open and pulled out a single page of thick, fluffy paper. Wow, this is soft. It was handwritten, using some sort of glistening ink. Whatever it looked expensive. To Lady Hana Mizuno. It is with our greatest, most humble pleasure that we entreat your presence. There's a public tea ceremony happening tomorrow. It says I'm invited, and I can bring whoever I want, but that my presence is particularly requested. And it wasn't signed by anyone.
Yeah!
Oh, that's so cool. Are you gonna go? I set the letter on my desk. Sure, it was neat and everything, but also made me really uncomfortable. I didn't like heading into situations where I didn't know what to expect. I didn't even know who it was that wanted me to come to this thing. Well, only if you'll come with me.
Yeah!
Oh yeah. I danced around the room, punching the air. This is gonna be awesome. Yeah, but who the heck went through all this effort and, well, money without saying who they are? Why? I chuckled. I guess you'll find out. Oh god. I'm sorry, God blow my nose. Okay, enough of that. Why did I be singled out to get invited to a Japanese terror ceremony, of all things? Not that tea ceremonies weren't interesting, but I was a new student. The last time someone like this happened, it ended up being an elaborate prank. If you could try and turn me into a literal pinata prank. Maybe things would be better this time, though. I was probably just overthinking it. You guys going to ceremony tonight, right?
Yeah!
Of course, man. Wouldn't miss it for the world. Great, I'll see you there. Maybe we can sit with each other. You bet. I'm going early so I can get a good seat. You're so lucky. I have tennis practice tonight, so I can't go. Good. Take pictures for me, okay? Sure, but you'll have to pay. Yes. I like Katsu. What? Huh? Kakuzu has turned it around for me. Now, children, settle down. I know it's a big night, but don't forget you have homework. Jeez, what kind of school is this? Kids get excited about a tea ceremony when I was your age. Well, I'm still your age, never mind. Miss Mizuno, please sit. You're distracting the class. You are, after all, a dancer, right? So sorry. I stare at the floor as I rush my seat. I leaned over to me, whispering in my ear. What was that about? How does everyone know about the ceremony? Oh well, Jared's the one who's doing it, so of course it's a big deal now.
Jared.
You.
Miss Mizuno, would you like to tell us why you're yelling a man's name onto the classroom? Oh, sorry. I stood and bowed and sat down again. I was snickering in the seat behind me. Jared was doing the ceremony, but the Colonel. Did that mean my invitation was from him? I'm sorry. Why do you want me to come? I don't remember him mentioning anything about it. Oh. My family owns a school for traditional Japanese arts. Does this have to do with that? Maybe school has him put it on? But still, why me? Huh? I felt stupid getting so worked up about something like this. Shaking my head, I focused on the algebra in front of me. It was just tea, no big deal. As soon as class ended, the excitement and chattering burst out again. It's also sunset, but how? I'll meet you in front of the theater. We can go together. Ugh. I'd be happy when this is all over. When I gather our things, we're on our way when...
Hana!
Hey, Hana! PBG and John jumped in front of us, blocking the way to the door.
Hey.
How are you guys? Doing good, you guys? We're fine.
Ah!
You're good. Huh? What was going on? John kept glancing at PBG out of the corner of his eye, and PBG was visibly sweating. You. Well, you're going to the tea ceremony tonight. Yeah, we'll be there. Although the thought of avoiding altogether had crossed my mind. They both let out something suspiciously like a sigh of relief. What's going on here?
What?
What? You guys are acting strange. They're always strange, Hana. Good point. Oh no, it's just, we were wondering if you wanted to go there together. It kind of freaks me out going to some super horrible events like that by myself. Really, going to the tea ceremony flanked by the normal boots guys. No one would dare touch me while I was with them. Hell yes.
Yeah.
Sure, that sounds great. Cool. We'll meet up in front of our dorm. Sound good? Sure, see you then. Oh jeez, you can't count them for anything. What do you mean? You know, they're just so weird. There's no hope for them. It was a little harsh, but she kind of had a point. Oh, come on, Anna. Do you think we should go wear kimono? I don't know. It's a school event after all. Normally you'd wear a kimono, but is that too formal? I guess we're just watching too. Maya giggled. Yeah, we're just watching. Mai, do you know something?
Uh-huh.
I know lots of things. For example, Shane sucks his thumb when he sleeps. What? How'd you find that out? I have my ways. Sometimes Mai was a little bit scary. She tucked the clock resting on my nightstand. We should probably head out. Don't want to be late. You're an honored guest after all. Yeah, I guess so. I put on my black Asagao loafers and followed Maya to the doorway. Why aren't we leaving? She was standing with one hand on the doorknob, deep in thought.
Well,
I was just wondering. What do you think of BBG? BBG, where is this coming from? Maya inspected the doorknob. Well, BBG's really kind and he's very friendly. So friendly, it's almost like we've known each other for years. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, I do. Why do you ask? Do you find him attractive? Attractive? PBG? Maybe those were a couple of routes ago.
I don't know.
Oh no, he seems almost like a big brother to me. I mean, he's great and all, but he's nothing like Jared. I froze with horror. Did I say that out loud? Oh, Hana. No, I didn't.
Yeah!
Hana's got a crush. Haven't we been over this already? He's nothing like a beautiful Jared. Oh, Jared, no one could ever match up to you. Oh, but it's fine, I get it. I'll let you off the hook, and I won't tell you what you said.
What?
Were you asking for him? La la la, good friend never reveals her secrets. That's the opposite of what friendship. Whatever, come on, hurry up, we're definitely going to be late now. Whose fault was that? We made it to the front of the boys' dorm. Just PG and Satch were ambling out. Where's Sean? He probably had something he needed to do. Hey, PBG! You'll never guess what Hana said about. I jumped up and covered her mouth in my hands.
What?
What was that? Nothing. You know how Maya gets. Something wet and slimy hit the palm of my hand. Yeesh! You licked me!
What the hell?
You're blocking my right of free speech. They have that in Japan, right? Oh, whatever. It was rude. Were you born in Japan? Yeah, but my creators weren't. Your parents? Let's just move on from this. I wipe my palm gingerly against my skirt. Disgusting. I see you're all as lively as ever.
Yeah!
Of course we are. Tea ceremony's tonight, after all. Speaking of, we should get going. We started off in the direction of the theater. All around us, herds of Asagao students made their way across the lawn. The dying sunlight cast long shadows across the ground, making it seem like an army of shadows are attempting to take over the school. This thing really is popular, isn't it? Well, it is Jared doing it. I guess that's to be expected of him. Pauses. There were 4 of us, but we were all so quiet. I was sandwiched between Satch and PBG from mine the opposite end. I could only see her leaning past PBG's tall body. I didn't really know what to say to start the conversation. We talked about plenty of times before, albeit in group settings, so why was this so awkward now? I think it's something to talk about, but when I searched my mind, it came completely blank. No bright ideas were forming. It was like sifting through mud. Flutters of panic hit my throat. I needed to calm down. There's no need for you to care. These people were my friends. They weren't gonna think I was boring or anything just because I wasn't speaking. Or would they? The sunset sure is beautiful. Yes, it is. Very beautiful. The most beautiful I've ever seen in a while. Thank you, Satch. And thanks for the lurk, Cinebex. Silence again. But we were almost to the theater, so it didn't matter. Satch hit his fist in his other hand as he just had an idea. What's up?
Yeah.
I just got it. It seems like there'll be more than one thing coming to fruition tonight.
Fruition?
Silly Satch, she can't come to fruition. And it's not like there's anything else that'll be happening tonight, right? You're so silly sometimes.
No.
Maybe it'd be better if you didn't talk, PBG. Noted. We finally reached the entrance to the theater. A storm of relief crashed over me. I was nervous for the ceremony before. After surviving that hell of a walk, it seemed like anything was possible. I opened one of the doors and blasts of air-conditioned air hit me, blurring my hair in a skirt. After you, Hana. I gulped. Here goes nothing. Into the theater. The theater is filled to bursting with Asagao colors. Excited chattering filled the air, students shuffling one another out of the way to get better seats. I thought that rich kids would be better behaved than the students at my old school, but it seemed I was wrong. Satch, PG, Mai, and I stood at the top of the steps, wondering where we should go.
Yeah.
Look, there's our spots. 4 seats, right in the front row, were roped off of purple velvet. Small cards of words reserved sat on the chairs. We get reserved seats? Of course, you're the special guest after all. A sinking feeling hit my stomach and nerves bubbled in my throat. We trudged down the central passage and scooted into our seats.
Aww.
You got the best seats in the house. What do you guys know about this? Isn't it just a tea ceremony? The crowd here was acting as if they were going to a football game, not... Okay, that makes sense. Not to an elegant cultural display. Just wait and see. It'll be fine. Somehow I doubted that. Whatever is happening, they're all in on it. Definitely. My mind flew in all directions, grasping at any explanation for the current situation. The only plausible one that I came up with was that Jared really wanted to serve me some tea. Or maybe he was going to give a special announcement at the end of the ceremony, some kind of monologue about... No, he wouldn't do that. I was way too shy for that kind of thing. Also, why in the world would Jared want to do something like that for me? As the girls in my class had so helpfully pointed out, I was nothing special. Come on. Painfully shy, blurred pink hair, and somehow possessing the massive amounts of luck it took to befriend such amazing people as mine in the Orbits Club. To top it all off, I was poor as mud. I didn't even probably belong to Asagao, much less with someone as suave as graceful as Jared. But still, that was the only explanation that made sense. The lights dimmed in the theater. Starting! I shoved my shoulder. I looked to the stage. My questions would be answered soon enough. Jared and Kimona, oh god! Quit crashing! A spotlight appeared on the stage, or stood Jared and Kimona, glistening in the still theater air. The audience, contrary to my expectations, took him in with an odd hush. Jared's very presence was enough to calm the teeming masses. Good evening, my friends. A small murmur ran through the crowd. I soon heard one girl say, "He called us friends." Jared waited for the stir to die down before continuing. Thank you all so much for coming. This is a great turnout. I didn't expect this at all. Thank you for your interest in the traditional arts. He bowed, and the girl behind me sighed. I'm even more grateful you all came out, because there's something very important I want to do tonight. He was looking straight at me. Oh Christ. Oh no. There's someone very special to me in the audience. Someone I care about. A lot about. I would like to do tonight's ceremony with her. Huh? The heat of 200 girls' combined animosity rose into the air behind me, but just as quickly dispersed. Jared finally likes someone? Good for him. He deserves an established mating partner. Jared reached a hand out towards me.
Hana?
Anna, my beloved, would you come do this ceremony with me?
So cute!
I started schooling beside me. I sat rooted to the spot, suddenly unable to move my body. Anna, go. The hands grabbed me. First eyes and PPGs, then hands from people I didn't even know. Each of them pushing me out of my chair and across the row of people, and then onto the stage. I stood on its darkened edge. Come, come. Jared waved me over. I tiptoed to the spotlight, the center of the stage, and took Jared's hand. Polite, not too enthusiastic applause filled the theater. Jared knelt in front of me. My lady. Directly in front of him, under the strong beams of the sun spotlight, he seemed ethereal. He motioned to a small cushion set out on one side of the tea table. After you. I sat on my ankles, as I was pretty sure you're supposed to do in this kind of situation. I should have paid more attention to stuff in school. Jared moved to the seat opposite me, and turned and faced the audience. As some of you know, I have been trained in the art of the tea ceremony almost since birth. However, as you may already realize, this ceremony will not be a formal or traditional one. I altered it to add my own special flair, to express myself, and to accommodate my lovely partner. I hope you all forgive my transgressions against tradition. Sometimes one must follow the heart and forge their own path. He tossed his head, flipping his hair in a graceful arc and out of his face. Girls gasped throughout the theater, then started cheering at once, as if we were in a baseball stadium. Anything for you, Jared! Jared held up his hands, and then the cheering faded. Now that that's out of the way, I hope you'll enjoy this ceremony. Please try to contain yourselves, ladies. I want everyone to be able to enjoy this in its purest form. And that means taking in the perfection of silence. In spite of myself, I was impressed. Jared often used honey-glazed words to charm his audience. If anyone else were to say that, there was no way it would work. Something about Jared warped the universes. Please help me while I try to make my feelings clear. My mouth went dry. What was I supposed to do in this situation? Was he really trying to confess to me via public tea ceremony? Jesus. I didn't believe it. There was nothing else to think. Finally, Jared sat in front of me. He pulled out some utensils, a bowl, a whisk, the usual instruments, and began to methodically clean them. His movements were sharp and crisp, efficient and elegant. He was applying just the right amount of force. Nothing was wasted. You know, Hana. I flinched. He was whispering, his head bowed towards the bowl in his hands. The audience might be able to tell he was talking if they looked sharply enough, but they wouldn't be able to hear what he was saying. Caught my eye from the first moment I met you on that train. I didn't trust my voice to respond to him without cracking and carrying to a seat just a few feet away from us. Instead, I tilted my head at him. I mean it. I know it might seem like I say this about all the girls, but I really mean it. You were quiet, scared, and small. Despite your fear, you almost seemed bored, almost apathetic about your situation. Yet, I could feel that there was something inside of you, some pent-up energy that couldn't be contained for long. How? He was paying that much attention? I thought back to my first date, Asagao. You was the first person I met. We shared a train car, he was sitting and reading a paper. Our conversation was empty, the bare minimum of small talk. I couldn't even remember half of what I said, I was so nervous. Jared finished cleaning the bowl and turned to a kettle. Heat on some kind of stove. Gently, he picked it up and poured some kind of water in the cup, then began to stir with a whisk. It wasn't just that, though. You were scared, but you weren't hiding. You were afraid of the people you met and what they would think of you. But you don't think to fake your feelings. You have always been, from the first moment I met you, genuine. You are honest about your feelings. You don't hide them when you're upset. I don't even think you can. And you're not deceived by appearances. You treat people like people, seeing beneath the dazzle and the beauty. For an instant, his stirring slowed. He was back up the par. If I hadn't been staring at his hands rather than his face, I wouldn't have noticed. In fact, maybe I didn't see anything at all. You are a brave person, Hana. You try to trust people, even though it's clear you've somehow been hurt. He poured the tea into a cup and handed it to me from across the table. When he next spoke, it was in a clear, ringing voice that echoed across the theater.
Hana?
You captivate me, Hana. I offer you this tea as a sign of my respect and admiration. I nodded, then turned the bowl 3 times in my hands and drank from it. A soft cooing drifted up out of the audience. Please, if you like it, finish the tea. There is something else I want to get for you now. Jared stood and disappeared through an opening towards the back of the room. I sat, holding my tea, with the eyes of several hundred teenagers resting on me. Oh dear Lord, please hurry back, Jared. I tried to sip my tea with poise, but ended up gulping it down in swift chunks. However, Jared suddenly reappeared, his hands behind his back. He sat down again and looked at me expectantly, almost bursting. Hana, my dear Hana. I put down the tea bowl, eyeing him warily. He took his hands from behind his back and held them out in front of him. I gasped. On them was a small kind of macaron, somehow shaped like a beautiful cherry blossom. A sprinkle of sugar lined the petals. A small ring of cream could be seen underneath the pink crust. The pink was rather bright for a cherry blossom, though. Then I realized pink was the color of my hair. The day we first met, the cherry blossoms were blooming. As I was going to bed that night, I realized I would never look at the petals in the same way. They gained a beauty I had no idea was possible. Cherry blossom petals fall quickly, and their beauty swiftly vanishes. But I don't want to lose the beauty I found with you. Please, Hana, tell me, will you be my girlfriend? The crowd squealed. I was reeling, almost as if hit in the face. It felt like a dream. It was crazy enough to be a dream. As I leaned slightly forward, a pang hit my ankles from having sat on them for so long. This was no dream. This was actually happening. Jared beamed at me, seemingly the picture of confidence. But as I sat in front of him, I could see his hands was, just the slightest bit, almost imperceptibly, trembling. Jared was scared. What should I do? I'm gonna save here, because I have something that I want to show. I think. We can take the macaron and eat it. We can take it, but don't eat it. Or we can reject the macaron and Jared's love. Jared scoffed. Why on earth are you on this route if you don't want the macaron? I'm sorry. That's one of the moments that leads into a recurring loop. Take the macaron and eat it. Take the macaron, but don't eat it. Those are your only actual choices here. Well, we are on this route for a reason. Hmm. Hmm. Sorry, chucking on more ham. Anyway, we're gonna take the macaron and eat it, because I think that's what we do in response to this sort of thing anyway. I took the macaron from his outstretched palm and immediately bit into it. I know a thing or two about tea ceremonies. Oh my gosh! The cookie part of the macaron crumbled in my mouth, the perfect combination of soft and flaky. And there was something else too. Strawberries? You use strawberries to make the frosting. Actual, real strawberries. I didn't even know that was possible. As I stood there, losing my mind to the macaron, Jared beamed and helped me stand.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, she said yes. The crowd applauded and cheered. I chewed frantically, torn between savoring the taste of the macaron and the possibility of accidentally smiling with food in my teeth. Jared lifted our hands to the air, nodded to me. We bowed together. Thank you all for coming. I hope you enjoyed the performance tonight. I'm so glad you could be a part of this, and have a good night. There was one last round of applause, and the crowd dispersed in a clatter of murmuring and shoes on wood. Jared turned to me just as I swallowed my bite. Do you like it?
Yeah.
It's amazing. And to prove my point, I took another bite. Jared laughed. You have crumbs all over your face, and your clothes too. I looked down to see my blazer and skirt littered with flakes. I flushed. It wasn't my fault the background was so wonderfully flaky. Yeah. Jared leaned towards me, brushing crumbs off my shoulder. The familiarity of it made my head spin. But he was my boyfriend, so of course this made sense. My boyfriend. You've got a little something here, too. With a glint in his eye, he stepped towards me. I reassured his face, a soft brush, and a hint of warmth on my cheek. Huh. When he pulled away, I was suddenly glad I still had my mouth full. I had no idea how to respond to a kiss. You're so cute when you blush. And all of that, just for a kiss on the cheek. He didn't say anything else, but the implication was there. How was I going to deal with more? Practically certain my ears were smoking. I shook my head frantically. Jared laughed again as I gulped down the last of the macro. He glanced up at the now almost completely empty auditorium. Only Satch, PBG, and Mai stayed behind. You better get going. I'd love to walk you back, but I have to clean this all up, and as soon as I'm allowed in here after the show. Plus, it's past curfew. I checked the clock on the back wall. Past 9 already? Damn.
Bye.
You go on home. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? What? Jared had already walked away, was now gathering up his supplies. Wanted to help him, Satch tapped my shoulder and nodded to the exit. Outside, PBG, Satch, and Mai began to celebrate.
Yeah!
3 cheers for a job well done. I knew you were on it.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, anything from best friend. Needed the Jared to be so suave.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That guy's a real entertainer. A real ham. As we stepped away from the theater doors, I hesitated. Guys, I'm gonna wait for Jared.
What?
What? But it's late out and past curfew. I'll be fine. I'll just be waiting by the doors, so it's not like something's gonna happen. Dash PUG trade looks. No one trusted me to be able to take care of myself, especially considering I'm easily 5'2". Mine's about to protest again, so I cut her off.
Seriously?
I'll be completely fine. Jared will walk me home. You guys will be in trouble if you don't leave now. I've made my decision. Shouldn't we stay with you? I want alone time with him. Oh God. There wasn't much they could say to that. Alright, but if you're not back in the dorm in an hour, I'm coming after you, you hear? Yes, ma'am. We said our goodnights and disappeared into the shifting moonlight. I stood back by the theater door and waited. It was a beautiful night. While not perfectly clear, the clouds passing over the moon created shifting patterns across the grassy grounds. Flower. Now a Pegasus. Now a sword. It was lonely, but it was also peaceful. I was around Maya for so long, sharing our rooms, that I hadn't had time to myself just to think. So much changed since coming to Asagao. I had friends, a potential club, a tournament, and now even a boyfriend. I always thought just having a boyfriend would feel somehow different. I'm not sure how, I just thought it would, but I felt completely the same and the fact jarred me. My fingers, hands, and face, everything was the same. I shivered. It was much colder than I thought it'd be. Or maybe I was just feeling it more because I wasn't moving. I bounced on my feet, hoping to stir some warmth into my body. Sure, it was taking quite a while. I should have brought my phone. Then I'd be able to practice. How was Dad doing? I hadn't heard from him in a while. Was he eating right now that I wasn't there to care for him? He seemed to kind of give up after Mom died. His only sparks of life came when I was with him or when he was working on pottery for his shop. The pottery shop was Mom's dream. He and Dad worked together, starting a life and career from scratch. I wasn't sure, but I thought their marriage was troubled. I didn't think my grandparents wanted my mother to marry my father. They disowned her. That was why I never met my grandparents, and that was why our family struggled so much. My mother had refined, elegant behavior. She covered her mouth when she smiled and laughed. She floated around the workshop like the twinkling of bells. She always seemed to fill the space of whatever room she was in. It wasn't that she was loud, she was just bright. Always cheerful, always working hard, always passionate about her art. I missed her terribly. As I stared up at the moon dancing behind the clouds, the same old worry came to me, the one that I constantly tried to block out. What was my passion? The door opened next to me. Jared stepped out of the theater, pulling a giant box of Ram kitchen supplies. His kimono filled on top. The whisk was in his mouth.
Jared.
Jared! He jumped, almost dropping his box. I rushed to hold it up from underneath. He continued to stare at me in alarm, and he seemed to be trying to say something. After a moment's hesitation, I plucked the whisk from his mouth. What are you doing here? I didn't want to walk home alone. But it's been half an hour. Hi. I felt it. It was embarrassing, but I might as well say it. I was really happy that you wanted to date me. I just couldn't even believe it was happening. I still can't. It feels like a dream. I can't believe that you might actually feel the same way about me that I do about you. I couldn't just leave you be alone after that. I'm your girlfriend after all. Jared stared at me, mouth agape. I couldn't believe it. He was actually speechless. Hana, I mean, of course we are meant to be together. There's no way two such attractive people as ourselves could exist on this earth without belonging together. He snapped his head back to flip his bangs. Something about it didn't feel right, but I was too happy that he returned my feelings of care. We should head out before we get in trouble, though. A fair man like you shouldn't be facing the threats of darkness alone. I'll help you carry something. Oh, my dearest Hana, what have I done to deserve such a magnanimous flower as yourself? I chuckled as I grabbed his kimono and precariously perched a kettle off his pile of things. We dropped his things off in the first floor Bluebell house and headed to Primrose, discussing the performance and all the preparation that went into it. The hardest part was that macaron. You do not want to know how many I had to go through to make that. I feel bad that I had to eat it, though. It was so pretty, it was almost a work of art. You have no idea how relieved I am that you enjoyed it. I was so worried that it, of all the batch, didn't end up tasting good. It was delicious. Please, make them for me again soon. I'm done. Of course, anything for you ask, I will do. Anything for you, my lady. I wish I could have taken a picture of it. Still, I think it's good that I ate it. I can understand your feelings much more through its taste than its appearance. It was beautiful, of course, but the taste had a kind of warmth and care that I didn't get just from looking at it. Jared stared at me, a giant grin on his face. Was that stupid to say? Of course not. No, you're just too damn cute for words. Huh? Anyway, seems we're here. I looked up. Somehow we came to my dorm in record time. I hadn't even noticed it happening. Already? I made a face up at the building. Don't worry, Hannah. I'll talk to you tomorrow. But for now, it's late. I've taken up too much of your time already. Thank you for walking with me. It was unbelievably nice of you to wait for me.
Anna.
And thank you for being my girlfriend. No, I mean, thank you. My stutter came back with a vengeance. Jared patted me on the head. Good night, Hannah. Good night. And with that, I dashed into Primrose house. Jared stood outside, watching until I got past the main doors and it was clear I was safe. Then he began his walk home. I had a boyfriend. A boyfriend. Jared was my boyfriend. Oh man, no amount of saying it would ever make it feel real. And then chapter 3, angry and mildly sad Jared are the backgrounds. I don't like the looks of this. I lay my head on my pillow that night, my heart was soaring. Jared's girlfriend. I was Jared's girlfriend. Ugh, come on. Only a few weeks ago I had arrived at Academy knowing no one, unsure whether I'd even make a friend. Now I, Hana Mizuno, was dating the most beautiful guy in school. I kept trying to picture what dating Jared would be like, but mine came out blank. Because you haven't fucking experienced it yet. Come on. Okay. And the more I thought about it, the more the joyous butterflies in my stomach turned to heavy seeds of doubt. Jared was experienced in a way that I was not. Heck, he even kissed me on the cheeks as if nothing to him. It probably was nothing to him, but the same thing to me meant a lot, and I didn't know how to deal with it. I never had a boyfriend before. I never even kissed before. With Jared, it seemed like everything happened so fast, like the tea ceremony. It was certainly the most romantic thing ever done for me. I liked it a lot. But only after it happened did I realize how overwhelming all had been. I didn't know what having a boyfriend would be like or what my limits were. The unknown was facing me like a dark abyss. My chest tightened and my thoughts raced out of control. What if things with Jared moved too fast? What if he expected too much of me as his girlfriend? What if I disappointed him? What if he disappointed me? What if he tried to kiss me tomorrow? I flung up and out of bed. There was no point in trying to sleep if my mind is racing like this. Anna, something wrong? A shuffling came from Maya's top bunk. Did I wake her? I flipped on the light switch. Maya sat up in her bed, completely awake. Did I wake her? Was she having a hard time sleeping too? Everything okay?
No.
No, I think I'm kind of freaked out. Freaked out? Why? Jared and I are so different. He probably has a really different idea of how a relationship will go. I'm kind of scared. Maya crawled down from the top of her bunk and plopped herself onto mine. Okay, but you know, relationships are two-way streets. It's not like you just have to sit there and let him do whatever he wants. You can tell him if you don't want to do something. I guess. Is there something else? I've never kissed anybody before. You'll probably want to kiss me tomorrow. How am I supposed to? I see. Don't worry, Hana. Just leave it to me.
What?
What?
Yeah!
I've got kissing verification. Sit down, it's time for class. I plopped myself onto the floor in front of Maya. She grabbed a pencil off her desk, then whirled it to face me. Hana, what is number one rule of kissing? What is number one rule? I don't know. Don't drool.
Really?
Really? Won't it be like, don't hurt? Say it with me. Don't drool. Okay, Maya walked me through the apparent cardinal sins of kissing. Don't bump your teeth together. Don't miss. Don't shove your tongue into his mouth. Don't even think about biting until you've reached an advanced kissing rank. What the hell is this? She tried to teach me where to place my hands, how to tilt my head, whether lips should go above or below. Well, Jared's taller than you, so you'll probably go below. The whole thing made my head spin. The more she told me, the more worried I got. There was just too much to remember. Ugh. You know, I could help you practice if you want.
What?
What? I mean, it doesn't count if it's between friends, and then you know what to expect. My. Fine, never hurts to ask. By the time I finished, it was early in the morning. There was no way either of us would feel particularly good when we woke up, but at least we were finally tired enough to sleep. Before we left the next morning, Mai made a final check. Teeth brushed? Check. Light dabs of perfume? Check. Show me your teeth. Check.
Yeah!
Everything's in place for your first kiss. Are you excited? Not really. Nervous? Don't worry, just remember what I taught you. What's the first rule? Don't drool.
Perfection.
You've got it. Maya pushed me into the hall and locked the door behind us. It didn't occur to me just now, but I also felt like Maya was overcompensating for this whole kissing thing. Was she upset that I was dating Jared, or was it something else? Let's go. Even walking in Poppy Hall is surrounded by whispers and giggles. See, that's the girl from last night, Jared's girlfriend. Ugh, she's so lucky. I didn't like being the center of attention, but nobody seemed to care. Hell, no one would care about that. I felt like everyone was watching my every move. I tried to block them from my view and thoughts of an anecdotal account of the time she fell into the swimming pool and her top came off, but it wasn't helping at all. We walked into Poppy, and my heart sped into overdrive. Like, the maximum overdrive. It was pumping even faster than usual, probably because I was so damn tired. All I wanted to do was lay my head down and wait for the day to be over. I scanned the hallway nervously, looking up to the familiar sparkling light emanating from Jared. Oh, there it was. Oh no, there he was, down the hall. A mixture of joy and dread hit me, and I stopped in my tracks. I was so worried about what I should do when I kissed him, I forgot to come to an actual conclusion about whether I was okay with our first kiss being like this. Maya pressed the small of my back, ushering me forward. Come on, Hana, don't you be so nervous, you'll do great. I'm so excited for you.
Good morning.
Hana, good morning. Good morning. Well, I need to head to class because I have a test I gotta talk to. What? PG passed by us at that moment, carefully avoiding Jared in my eyes. PG, I need to talk PG.
What?
What? Let's go.
Hana.
Hana.
Hi.
Hi, Jared. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a few girls had stopped in the middle of the hallway to watch. Oh, come on. I tried to ignore them and focus on Jared. It's sunny today. It is. Nice one. Maybe I should have allocated some of my training to small talk. Also, there is a light heart pounding that's happening on desktop audio. More and more students gathered around. I felt trapped. I'm trapped. The cafeteria is serving pulled pork sandwiches today.
Nice.
Nice. I really like pork. Come on, Anna. In one swooping motion, Jared closed the distance between us and pulled me into his arms, probably to shut me up. I didn't know whether to be grateful or more nervous. From the way Jared grabbed me, my hands were shoved up against his chest and it was rather difficult to move. I squirmed, uncomfortable to suddenly be so close. How was I supposed to put my hand onto his neck if we were like this? It was really warm though. Lean and wiry. His chest was so flat. Were all boy chests flat? Something pressed at the top of my head, and I glanced up to see Jared smiling down at me. I took a deep breath to calm my heart, but it was no use. The crowd around us giggled and whispered. My cheeks grew unbearably warm. Could everyone tell I was blushing too? He was saying something to me, but I couldn't quite make out the words. I just felt his chin bobbing against the top of my head. I grew more and more tense, becoming a plank of wood more than a human girl, but Jared didn't seem to notice. It wouldn't have been so bad, but I could feel 40 pairs of eyes staring at the side of my face. My mind was in overdrive. Suddenly, Mr. Saitomo appeared to the left of us, and I exhaled a sigh of relief. Asagao had strict PDA policies. Mr. Saitomo would disperse the crowd and save me from this hell. Oh, young love, as fleeting as the blossoms of selves, it's so nostalgic. He left. Ah! I lifted my horrified gaze to Jared, who had been talking the entire time without a word getting through to me.
Hana?
Hana. I gulped. Then he started coming closer and closer, closer, closer. Oh, sorry. Neo slipped my mind again. He really was going to kiss me then. Well, I couldn't get my hand up to his face, and how was I supposed to tilt? What was I? I squeezed my eyes shut. I couldn't do this. I couldn't do it. I shoved Jared away. He stumbled backwards, his hands flying up next to his head as if I were threatening to shoot him. Gasp rippled through the surrounding crowd.
Hana?
What's wrong? What happened? I'm sorry, I just... Jared stared at me with an expression that could only be described as hurt. God, way to fuck it up, Hana. He approached me again in concern, grabbing my hand, but I jerked my hand away. I didn't want to somehow make it worse, but the look on his face told me that was the wrong move too. I'm sorry. I forced my way out of the circle of disappointed voyeurs, running to the classroom. I sped to my seat, mind humming. And thanks for follow, Kenton's Crystals. That wasn't how I wanted things to go. Maya was staring at me, head in her hands. How'd it go? Oh well. You didn't drool, did you? It's #1 rule, Hana. I knew we should have practiced. I pushed him away. Oh. I don't think I'm very comfortable with PDA. It wasn't... I didn't like what was happening, but everyone was staring at me. Everyone knows about us. I don't want this to become everyone's moment. I just want it to be mine. I wasn't thinking about us at all. I was thinking about everyone else. I feel like I really messed up. Jared looked so disappointed. Maybe I jumped to this too soon. Hana, relationships aren't about pleasing the other person. They're about learning more about yourself and someone else. If you want to take things slow, tell him. Jared's a good guy. I'm sure he doesn't want to make you feel uncomfortable.
I'll support you.
Just be honest. You like him. He likes you. You go on that. Remember how you feel. You'll be fine. I nodded. It wasn't like Jared and I weren't exactly suited to each other. We're exactly suited to each other. Maybe we didn't make sense as a match, as so many girls helpfully pointed out. But he picked me, didn't he? I liked him. I wanted this to work out. I wanted to be a good girlfriend. I'll try to talk to him. Being honest is, probably good, I think. Maya nodded and turned back to her book. I spent the rest of that morning's class drilling the coming conversation in my mind. I was sure Jared would understand, but it didn't make the way any easier. With a hard beating heart, I carried my food up to Norwood's table. It would be best to talk to him now before I let the issue steep too long. But I still wasn't even sure what I was going to say. Ugh, this is the worst.
Hana!
Hana? At some point, I sat down at the table. When he finally had my attention, Gerard smiled. "Oh, Sam, we're all gonna have to look out for you now. This guy's a dog, isn't he? I still can't believe he picked him of all people." He laughed. Now, after a second, the rest of the guys started laughing too. But the laughter was short and stilted. I realized something was off. Actually, I wanted to talk about that. It's not a big deal that we're dating now. The guy shouldn't treat me any different. He especially shouldn't treat Hana any different.
Right!
We know that. No, I'm serious. Hana is Hana. If I see any of you treating her like Jared's girlfriend, I will attack you with a megaton hammer. Is that a challenge? It might be. The two laughed and Jared sat down again. That must have been weighing on their minds. I didn't even think about how our dating would affect the group. Was it naive to think nothing would change? He glanced at me and smiled, his eyes crinkling at the edges. I smiled hesitantly back at him. It was nice to know he was looking after me, but I hadn't considered this. There was just so much I hadn't thought about. Swallowing, I tried to get Jared's attention from across the table. I had to talk to him. Hey, Jared? We were passing out cupcakes with Paul's face on for hours. You'd figure cupcakes would be something people wanted. It's free sugar. Would you eat some of this guy's mug on it? I'm insulted. Good. It was an insult. He couldn't hear me over the conversation. I picked up my food, barely able to eat any of it. My mouth was too dry. Speaking of, and thanks for the lyric, Axelid. I hated conflict. How on earth could I disappoint Jared? Jared got up to dump his tray. I sprang to my feet after him. Love beds. Everyone laughed as I, blood rushing to my face, fell to step alongside Jared.
Hana?
Nice of you to join me. I need to talk to you. Stupid stammer. Immediately, Jared became concerned. Yeah, totally. What's wrong? Can we go somewhere private? He nodded. After I dumped my tray, we left the cafeteria and went out into the campus. I could breathe a little easier here. The air was clear and the sun gave me life instead of draining out like the fluorescence did. Okay, hit me. Why would I do that? He stared at me. Oh, right. Not literally. I wanted to talk that... I swallowed and tried again. Something bothering.
Hana.
Are you okay? Jared reached for my shoulder. I took a step back and pointed his outstretched hand. There!
What?
What? That makes me really uncomfortable. There was a short silence. Jared put his hands in his pockets as my brain copped to what I just said. Wait, that came out very wrong. I glanced at him nervously, but his face was blank. I'd hoped so. What were you trying to say? I don't like it when we're in public, it makes him uncomfortable. His eyebrows snapped together for a moment, and then his face went back to neutral. You're not ashamed of me, are you?
What?
What? No, of course not. But I like you. I'm pretty proud of your girlfriend. I'm sorry, I'm not making any sense right now. I'm just making it worse. I scrunched my eyes together, rubbing them vigorously. I should have gotten more sleep. But come on. Jared ran a hand through his perfect hair. Just that I'm not used to dating anyone. I'm kind of scared. I'm really excited too. I'm happy that I'm dating you, but I'm super nervous. I know you've probably dated a lot of girls, but I don't have that same kind of experience. I don't want to mess this up, and I don't know what's normal. Even though I like it, I'm kind of uncomfortable with kissing and stuff in public. It feels like that should be a private thing to me, for right now. Is that okay? I was about to start again when I noticed Jared was smiling.
All right.
I understand. You do? Of course. Besides, I wasn't thinking about you. I was just happy to be dating you. I forgot that not everyone has as much experience as I do. Not everyone's as touchy as I am either. Well, let's get back to it. He raised an eyebrow and I flushed. I wanted you and everyone else to know how I felt about you. I don't mind that. It's nice. I'm just not used to it. I'm usually not the center of attention, so I'm a little nervous. We'll give it time. Don't feel bad about it, Hana. I'm glad you told me to. No matter what, you don't change for other people. Even now, I find it admirable. Admirable? Like a knight? Sure, something like that. Although I'd rather be your knight. I like that. Jared, thank you. I was so nervous about talking to you. Hana, you can come to me for anything. I want to be here for you. That's what I want to do to you, after all.
Jared,
You're the best. Do you really think? Of course I am. It's almost time for class again. I'll walk you? Yes, please. Jared dropped me off at class and instead of hugging me, he waved goodbye. I felt a little bad, but Jared didn't seem to mind at all. As I headed into the classroom, the happiness I felt at the tea ceremony came flooding back to me. It really was that easy. Jared was a good boyfriend. Whatever that meant. Oh shoot!
Yo, what's up?
What's up? It was late at night, past curfew, and Maya and I were working on homework due the next day. I forgot my math book and I don't really get how to finish this problem. Let me see. I crept to my desk and leaned over my shoulder. Yeah, good luck. You don't have your book with you? I do most of my homework while waiting for volleyball practice to start, so no. I sighed. I'm gonna have to go get it. You don't think I'll get in trouble for being out past curfew, do you? Curfew was a surprisingly big deal in Asagao. The Academy worked with a 3-strike system. Get 3, get going. Most offenses weren't big enough to deal to earn you a strike, but for some reason, curfew was. This probably meant to curb rebellious teenagers and their flighty romances, but honestly, a curfew wasn't gonna fix anything. You're gonna get a book, so if you're caught, just tell them that. I've heard people do that and get away with it. Okay, I'll be back in 10 minutes or so. You better be, or I'm coming after you. I chuckled and headed out. To be honest, I really didn't like the darkness. Especially not when no one else was out. I could deal with it if I was expecting other people or had other people around, like after a tea ceremony. But I hated being out alone. Dark. I stepped out into the wet night air. It was significantly colder now. I forgot it was still spring. Summer was a while away. Deep shadows carved into the main campus ground, only illuminated by stray street lamps. Considering most students weren't supposed to be out this late, the lamps were few and far in between. Long stretches of darkness, deep darkness, where no one would notice a small girl getting mugged, separated me and Poppy Hall. Be brave, Hana. Yeah, this was just a weird vestige of being raised as a girl. In reality, I could hardly handle anything that came my way. Provided it weighed less than me and was shorter than 5'2". Crap. I speed walked across the campus grounds. Wind blew through the trees across the lawn, through the crevices of buildings, creating a sound somewhere between whistling and moaning. Lit the ghost of love. Wait, what? The moon wasn't giving much light tonight either. The lads guarded it like jealous lovers. Oh, thank goodness. Finally made it to the doors of Poppy Hall and crept inside, heart hammering with relief. I quickly and quietly climbed the stairs to the third floor and fumbled past the lockers. It was so much harder to find mine when it was pitch black in the building. Wait. My heart leaped into my throat and I squinted into the darkness, hoping I wasn't seeing what I thought I was. A sliver of light peeked out from underneath a door at the end of the hall. Adrenaline pumped through my veins, giving me a pleasant floating feeling, but also making me feel kind of sick. The thing was, though, I didn't think that door led to a teacher's office. It looked more like one of the smaller classrooms. A quiet curiosity seized me. Sure, it might be a teacher, I might get in trouble, but what if it wasn't? Surely it wouldn't hurt just to creep past and see if we can find anything out, right? We didn't have Colts at the school, did we? I quickly opened my locker, got my book out, and tucked it under my arm. No harm just checking on my way out. I shuffled to the door, careful not to put too much weight behind my steps. As I came closer, I heard the soft murmuring of voices. I'll hold his arms and we'll slice open his stomach. Oh, we need to go after his girlfriend once he's out of the way. Her dad will pay so much. We'll get caught immediately if we do that. I think we should tuck him out of the way and not kill him ourselves so he can't get charged. They were going to kill someone? In a surge of bravery, I thrust the door open. What the fuck? An eye patch and a fake Yes! Jared, Caddy, Luke, Ian, and Jeff sat around an arrangement of desks in the center of the room. On top of the makeshift table was a giant grid with odd lines and tiny figures sitting on top. Jared was dressed in a wizard's uniform and hovering over a crystal ball that had some kind of dice in its center. You know, this reminds me of college. We wouldn't dress up, obviously, but sometimes, like, when classrooms are open and we had, like, the ability to, like, rent out rooms for the night or something, we would be able to do D&D in those classrooms. We'd usually have to, like, arrange a couple of desks together to have a good table for grid and stuff, but yeah, it was a fun time, all things considered. They all stared at me in shock. Butter!
Hana!
Hana! What are you doing here? I'm sorry, this is great. Oh, that eye is closed and the other one is open, okay. Good blinking animation. Hana, this isn't what it looks like. I am dressed like a cat for some reason. We'll just, you just, quick, grab her and lock the door! Ian and Jeff rushed at me. Eek! I dodged to the left, and the two collapsed in a heap on the ground. They rolled natural ones on their, tackle checks. Get her, faster! Oh god. Get her, faster! Come back here! I've got a Buster Sword! Okay, Cloud.
Oh yeah.
I'll destroy you with my Neon Cat powers. Or Nyan Cat powers. Screaming in terror, I jumped to the left and over Jeff and Ian's collapsed bodies. The door stood wide open for my escape.
Hana!
Hana! I bolted across the corner, down the stairs. Thankfully, they were entangled in a room that was barely big enough to fit them, so it took a while to come after me. But by the time I made it to the first floor of Poppy Hall, Phil's feet slammed heavy behind me. Hana! Oh god, oh god! I burst into the damp night air and ran. I didn't know where I was heading, I just ran. I heard the yells of several boys behind me, shouts of, "Where is she?" bouncing off the walls of the school buildings. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw them split off into groups, each heading in different directions. There! All at once, a cascade of stomping. They were after me. I ran down the hill that led to the soccer field and sprinted across the grounds, lungs burning. Can't breathe! Out of nowhere, a solitary figure appeared in front of me. I lunged to the side to avoid it, but it didn't seem to notice me as I passed. I glanced behind me at it. PBG was standing in the middle of the field, staring out at the night sky, his arms wide above his head. What in the hell? At that moment, my foot caught on something. I plunged to the ground.
No!
Exactly. Jared materialized behind me. I got to my feet and started running, but it was no use. He grunted, and then something ran to my back. Jared tackled me. I collapsed into the ground. We skidded a few inches across the dewy grass before coming to a complete stop. I groaned and rolled over. My back and elbows were on fire. Ah! Nah. Jared was gasping just as hard as I was. As he perched on top of me, I suddenly made a wish that no one would find us out like this. There was no way to explain what was happening here. Fucking wizard above me. Please, don't tell anybody what we were doing. I don't even really know what you were doing. You just ran at me like a bunch of maniacs. D&D. We're playing D&D. You. What? You can't tell anybody. Seriously. I'm begging you, Hana. If you tell, I'll be ruined. Completely ruined. Please, promise me. I don't even understand. Promise me. Okay. Well. I can tell you a couple things here. So, the objective of this route is to learn how relationships work. Great. So, we could just promise and get it over with, but that doesn't explain anything. That's just trying to please him. We're not learning about why. Saying, hell no, I'm telling, what's the big deal, is kind of a dick move. Even hiding this from me is also a weird thing to do. Like, an asshole-ish thing to do too. So, we're gonna ask why. He sat back in frustration, putting pressure on my legs. Hana, please, it's something I don't want people to know about. Can we just leave it at that? No, if you're gonna make me promise, I want to know why I'm signing up for this. Does not know that I want you to? No, who do you think you are? He groaned and fidgeted, almost like a small child denied candy.
Well...
Fine. I'm embarrassed by it. By D&D? Yes, people, they don't just think it's lame, they think it's part of the occult. Maybe in the 80s they thought that. But we're literally breaking school rules to play it. We're so nerdy. What's wrong with that? He tipped his head back in exasperation. Nothing. Not really. I just don't want people to know, okay? So promise me, please? I tried desperately to hide the amused smile growing on my face, but failed. Fine, I promise.
Alright.
Thank you, Hana. I still don't see what the big deal is, though. D&D's always looked fun to me. Wait. Really? Yeah, but I had no idea how to start playing it. It's not the kind of thing you didn't jump into without someone more experienced, I think. You know, that describes how I got into D&D, actually. Where it's kind of hard to jump in, and then suddenly you find some people that are experienced or want to play, and suddenly you have a thing going on. Jared stared at me, completely taken aback. I didn't think it was that big a deal that someone would want to play D&D, but Jared, it was like the second coming. So, you'd want to play with us? I gasped.
Really?
Would you let me? Really? I mean, I'd have to ask the other guys, but that could be a thing. Jared, that'd be so great. I grabbed his hands and jerked them up and down. Jared laughed. Yeah, well, I'll ask then. I guess that's that. This has been a hell of a night, hasn't it? I'll say. We should head back. It's way too late to stay out. Okay. You dropped this too. He held my math book, now wrinkled from swaying the wet grass of the soccer field. Oh! That could have been a terrible accident, eh? We didn't think anyone would see us. At least it was you and not someone else. Like Mimi. I know, that sounded more like the Jared I knew. Anyway, we should get back in. Two teenagers in a relationship out in the field in the middle of the night would be hard to explain, even with the book. I chuckled and stood, my knees protesting. I would definitely be sore tomorrow. And also, they would have more questions about that outfit.
Oh.
I hope you're not hurt. It's alright, I'm fine. He ran a hand through his hair. Smooth, eh? Man, the guy should see me now. Anyway, let's go. I'll walk you back. We walked to Primrose in silence, each of us wrapped in our own thoughts. It was clear Jared didn't want to talk about it anymore. The issue wasn't closed, but it was time to pull away and rethink what was happening. I headed into the dorm as Jared waved at me from behind. Once I was safely in the stairwell, he turned away, but didn't start walking back. I should just leave him alone. I climbed the stairs to my floor, desperately happy that I didn't run into anyone else on the way to my room. That would be... By the time I got home, it had been a full hour. I crept into the room, hoping beyond hope Mai had gone to sleep by now. But the room is lit up.
Oh no.
But of course not. Thank goodness you're back. Mai swept me up in a swift hug. When she finally released me, I closed the door and smiled. Sorry about that, I had some trouble on the way here. There. I was a terrible liar, so I tried to stick to as close to the truth as possible. Mai's eyes flashed. Trouble? Look at you, you're a complete mess. I looked down. Grass and dirt stained my skirt. I wouldn't be surprised if it was on my blazer and in my hair too. Crap.
What the hell?
Who hurt you? No, it was nothing like that. I just ran into someone and we stopped to talk for a bit. Did you literally run into them? Otherwise. There was no way I was going to be able to worm my way out of this, but I couldn't tell Mai what I saw. My mind raced. I couldn't think of someone I could have seen that would have blown up in my face down the line. I couldn't say I'd seen one of the Norboots guys because Mai would probably mention it to them. I couldn't reveal anyone in the D&D group. Jared. Jared! She turned away from me, climbed to the top of her bed, and grabbed a stuffed bear. Tell me, were you guys on a date? Was he trying to seduce you? Don't tell me, you guys. No, good heavens, no. I couldn't tell Mai. Could I? She seemed trustworthy after all. I couldn't imagine she'd tell anyone, but that didn't mean she wouldn't. Jared is playing D&D. Didn't seem that big of a deal to me, but he obviously thought it was. Chicks before dicks, Hana. Crap. Where did my loyalty lie? Okay. Well, we're not lying to Mai. That's stupid. Jared doesn't want us to tell Mai the truth. We could also tell her about the promise. That's just a sign of a bad friend, honestly. Okay. Well, I'm thinking we tell her about the promise, because, well, it'd be awkward to fucking explain it anyway. Mai was our best friend, she deserved the truth, but... Jared was my boyfriend and I had made a promise to him. Should I keep it? But as I looked at mine in her bed, eyes shining, couldn't leave her hanging. I can't tell you. Her face fell. I really wish I could, but I promised Jared I wouldn't. There's something he doesn't want anyone to find out. I wasn't even supposed to figure it out, but it was an accident, so... I held her hand.
Really?
Stop talking. You're only making me more curious. She gazed at the ceiling. I guess it's okay that you can't tell me. At least I know you're trustworthy, right? She gave a half-hearted chuckle, but I could tell it was bothering her. This is why I hate promises. I don't see why things have to be secret. It's sometimes it's important to tell other people. Hana, stop talking. I'm gonna go to bed and try to stop thinking about this. I'll ask you one thing, though. Not another promise. Promise me Jared's okay. And if he's ever not okay, that you'll tell me what's going on. Promise me. Of course. He's completely fine. It's not that big of a deal. It's rather... Her eyes narrowed. I swallowed. I promise. Thank you. Well, go to sleep. Me too. Good night.
Night.
Night. Feeling terrible, I changed my pajamas. Did I make the right decision? Maya was my friend. My best friend. She deserved truth and honesty from me at all times. But I made a promise to someone I care about. My boyfriend. Do boyfriends deserve more loyalty than friends? I don't even think that's how that works. Or does it? Maya was there before, and... to be realistic, if it was likely she'd be there after. If there was an after. An uneasy feeling sat in my stomach, but as I drifted to sleep, I began to wonder whether there even was a right answer to be had. Sometimes it's like that, though. After that night, things seemed to improve with Jared. It was as if my discovery of secret love for D&D cemented some kind of decision or inner turmoil of his. He relaxed around me, his odd, stiff, stilted speech almost disappeared. Don't worry, ladies. There's hope to be had for each and every one of you to find your truest loves. They all can't be me. Oh, Jared. My head's gonna explode. Why is Mimi here? Mostly. He still spoke that way around other people, especially around other girls, but at least around me he spoke like a normal person. Thank God. Part of me wanted to ask him why, but after that night, I decided it was much better not to ask questions. I felt almost like even asking the question would be majorly distressing to him. To be honest, he was confusing. I didn't know who he was, but he still treated me well. I liked hanging around him. Okay, there wasn't anything else after that. I progressed past the point of a crush and could now talk with him as if he were a normal person. That was how I ended up here in the first place, having an amiable midday picnic with several girls from my class. Apparently, it was best to share him. Oh, come on. Jared, what is your favorite? Taksu stopped mid-sentence and made an odd beeping noise. TV series. Taksu, I told you have to stop making that noise. I formally apologize. My favorite TV show, That would have to be Flame of Bones, of course. Ah, good choice, good choice. Indeed. What a classic piece of the contemporary visual and literary mediums. Anna, what is your... No, that's not me talking. Anna, what is your favorite TV series?
Well...
What was my favorite series? When I thought of it, only one series came to mind, something from a long time ago, back when I was still young. I would go over to my best friend's house and we would watch an anime about an average high school girl who could transform and save the world. We would play around and pretend to be the characters from the show on the playground. I, the heroine, he the mysterious masked savior. The other kids would always tease us because, well, we were watching anime. After that, I kept my favorite show to myself. I almost forgot about it. Surely now that we were much older, it wouldn't be a problem. I wasn't gonna lie in any case.
Yeah.
My favorite show is Sailor Sun. I blushed and laughed self-consciously. I know it's not really the coolest thing, but I glanced at Mimi, who was looking at me doubtfully. Coxie looked as if she was going through her databases trying to find the history of the show. Yeah, she's a robot, we get it. Oh, wow, anime. Really? I mean, wow. So you both like that kind of thing? He looked doubtfully at Jared. I suspected she wanted some kind of confirmation from him. If he thought it was okay, then it was okay. I relaxed. Please be off the hook.
No!
What? Me? No, of course not. I stared at Jared in shock. He was very intentionally not looking at me. Yeah, man. I'm not about that weeby shit. People who like that kind of thing are weird. What the hell, Jared? Jeez, Hannah. Don't get mad at Jared. He was just being honest about his opinion. Coxu's verified. We looked at Coxu. I was unsure whether she was contributing to the conversation, or whether she finally finished adding Sailor Sun to her database. I know Coxu well enough to figure this is probably what it was, actually. I would never watch shows like that, Jared. I love Flame of Bones. I watch it live even. If you want, we can watch it together sometime.
Oh.
Jared looked nervously from Mimi to me. That's okay. I think I'll pass. Very busy with school and everything. Oh, that's too bad. I grit my teeth. The conversation continued without me, Jared getting more and more flowery as time passed. All the while, I tried to console myself. There's just a small thing. There's just a few sentences. There's just conversation. But at the same time, it wasn't. I was in my own way asking for support. Jared didn't give it to me. No, he left me completely hanging. If someone asked him about D&D, would he have lied too, or would he have stuck for himself? I would have stuck for him. So did he lie like this all the time? And would he always throw me under the bus when it came down to it? Finally, after what seemed like an agonizing amount of time, Mimi and Coxie left. Jared stood waving to them even minutes after they went. Boy knew he done messed up. I waited patiently until he sat back down on the blanket. Class would be starting soon, but I was so upset I didn't even care. Jared clenched his fist in his lap.
Hana.
Why'd you do that? Do what? I glared at him. Lie to them? Well, it's not as though I lied to them. I loved watching Phoenix Ball X as a kid. As a kid, I don't watch anime anymore. Because it's weeb shit? Look, that's not what I meant to say. Really? Then what did you mean to say, and why did you say it? You're being awfully demanding right now, Rana.
What?
What? You should calm down. I just said something wrong. It's not like I did anything wrong. You? It's not about what you said, it's about what it meant that you said it. You said it was about what I said, and I didn't mean to say it, so... You still said it, though! Hana, calm down. You're being completely unreasonable. Hi! I shut my mouth, so livid I no longer had the capability to express it physically. Instead, I felt eerily calm, except for the steady pounding of my heart. I'm done talking with you. I stood and grabbed my bag, heading for the classroom.
Hana,
Really? I ignored him and kept walking. Wouldn't have been able to talk with him in that moment if I even wanted to. I made it to class just before the bell rang and slung my backpack on its hook. I must have seen the look on my face because the cheery greeting she usually gave died on her lips at the sight of me. I sat there, fuming for the entirety of class. My mind kept running over and over what he said. Why didn't say anything back? Why didn't get up and leave right then? What if I really was overreacting? More importantly, why was Jared like this? Was it even worth dating him? Oh, come on. The next morning crawled slowly by, went through a normal morning routine. Shower, brushing teeth, changing clothes, doing my hair, is my look done. Are you feeling okay? Yes, I'm fine. It was the 6th time she asked me since the incident, but I really just didn't want to talk about it. I see the anger had since died. Now that I could look at the situation in relatively cold light of the new day, I didn't even know how I felt about what happened. I knew Jared didn't want people seeing that other side of him, but I never thought he was the kind of person who would throw someone else under the bus. Well, especially someone he claimed to care about. That was what was really bothering me. I kept murmuring comforting platitudes about no one remembering things like this when they were on their deathbeds, but I wasn't worried about the embarrassment. The longer I dated Jared, the more I felt like I didn't know him at all. I catch glimpses of one Jared, but just when I thought I had him figured out, he'd do something to knock me completely off kilter. If I didn't know who he was, how could I say that I liked him? Or was it my duty as a girlfriend to accept all of him, even when he was being a jerk? I wanted to stay mad. I wanted to hold against him, to make sure he wouldn't repeat something like that again. But I also wanted to make up with him, and never see him again at the same time. Ugh, how could that be? Is this how relationships are for everyone? They're awful. What's it one day, one ever? Damn straight, Hana. My heart jumped into my throat. I recognized that knock. Were you expecting someone? No. Maya stood watching me over for a moment, turned my backpack and began shuffling through my papers, trying to look for something. Finally, Maya answered the door. Hey, Mai, is Hana there? It's rather early, don't you think? It is. Sorry, I just really wanted to talk to her about something. You'd better. I looked at me over her shoulder, questioning her face. Do you want me to tell him to shove off? I'll be there in a second. Could you wait outside while she finishes getting ready? Sure. But Maya tiptoed over me and leaned down to my ear. The doors were really thin, she clearly didn't want to be heard. What's he doing here?
I don't know.
I don't know. Don't ask me. Are you sure you want to go with him? He was so asshat yesterday. I slipped my bag over my shoulder. I want to at least hear him out. I think. Okay. Well, I'll see you in a little bit anyways. You come tell me what happened afterwards, alright? Don't be afraid to kick his ass. He only deserves it. I smiled obliquely at her. Yes, ma'am. I closed the door behind me, not bothering to look at Jared. To be honest, I didn't know whether I was supposed to be mad or happy, so I figured it was best to pull off that decision until he revealed what he came for. And my poker face was terrible. Hana, do you want to walk to class together? I want to talk to you. I nodded, still avoiding his eyes, and we head down the hallway together. A few scattered girls who were running to and from the bathroom shot us wide-eyed looks. I didn't know whether they knew what happened yesterday, but regardless, it was an extremely rarity to see a boy in the hall, period. I don't know a boy first thing in the morning. Let alone Jared. It'd be like the third coming. We stepped out into the crisp morning air with happy sighs. Thankfully wasn't humid today. Sunlight poured onto the lawn, flickering slightly as clouds blew across the sky. There was silence for a moment as we both wondered what to do next. Trees rustled in the distance. It almost sounded like a storm was coming. Hana, I'm so sorry. Startled, I finally looked at him. His face was pained, almost like he wanted to cry. I'm the worst type of person there is. I can't tell you how much I regretted what I said right after I said it. I wish I did something different. And then, when you left, I was too ashamed to go see you and apologize, but you deserve an apology. Not that it makes up for what I did, but I'm just... He heaved a sigh, before me confident and assured Jared crumpled like a bag of potato chips. I'm really bad at making friends, and dating, I guess. I don't want people to get too close. I want to be perfect for you, for everyone, but I'm not perfect, and I know that. I know it's unreasonable, but that doesn't stop me from wanting it. I'm terrified that if someone finds out that I'm not perfect, they'll just give up on me. It sounds really stupid. It sounds like something I should just be able to get over, because it doesn't even make logical sense.
I've got people who care about me. I've got people who know I'm not everything I appear to be, and they're still with me. But still, when it comes right down to it, even with someone I care about, like you, He stopped and stared down at his shoes. I'm sorry. He ran a hand through his hair and laughed. That didn't even make any sense, did it? No, it did. I didn't know what to say. It was kind of a hard thing to process. This Jared was being stupid, but just pointing out that his thinking was incorrect wasn't going to help him. He did something completely out of line with me. Was I supposed to forgive him, or was I supposed to continue being angry and stand up for myself? Which was the right decision. I wanted to forgive him, but I didn't want to be a doormat. Okay. So, I also want to say, but still, honestly. But, same time, we know that Jared is trying, at least, to better himself, maybe? I'm gonna say I forgive you. Because that seems like it would be the thing that is best here. Like, we gave him shit, kind of, when we asked why regarding that promise earlier. It's okay, at least I understand. We all make mistakes sometimes, and we're not perfect. Also, it's easier to forgive people than it is to, like, steal on something and not forgive them. I shot him a grin, and he offered a weak smile in return. But you know, regardless of what other people think, I like you for who you are. I think before we started dating, I had this image of you that wasn't complete, it was a facade. But now I feel like I know you better. To be honest, that makes me really happy. I know you don't want people to find out these things about you, but D&D, the card games, these are the things I really like about you. Way more than your perfect image. I like you the way you are. I wish you could see more of that. You don't even have to be afraid of being yourself with me. Hana, in one swift moment, I was swept into a hug.
Jared.
Jared?
Thank you, Hana.
Sure.
People are going to see. He released me and took a step back. Right, you don't like PDA, sorry. I didn't mind it this time. I stared down at my fidgeting hands. Jared was glowing with happiness. Come on, let's get you to class. He dropped me off at the classroom and waved goodbye. Once inside, mine nearly ran me over. What happened? Are you okay? Yeah, everything should be fine now. He apologized to me and seemed to really regret it. My nodded, but still somewhat put off. Is something wrong? No. I mean, he apologized after all. But the odd look remained on her face as we head to our seats. Hey, what's up, Mai? Don't lie.
Well...
Okay, don't get mad at me, alright? I tend to look at people's actions and see what kind of people they are. That Jared did this to you right off the bat, right after you started dating. Worries me. I don't think he's a bad guy, but still, he did throw you under the bus, I'm just saying. But if he really doesn't do it again, there's nothing to worry about. People can make mistakes. What's important is that he follows through on his words. Yeah. After a conversation, I trusted Jared. I thought he would follow through, even if mine didn't. I was really sick of her. It came to guys in relationships, wasn't she? As the rest of the class filtered in, I watched mine gazing out the window. One question bounced through my head. Why? I was sitting at my desk one afternoon and mine PvG came bursting through the door. Hana, I have a surprise. PvG shut the door behind them, and Maya lowered her voice. Hana, we snuck some beer into the school. Wanna drink with us? I looked up from my work and finally noticed that she and PvG had tiny brown cans in their hands. It looked like something that came from a vending machine. Oh no. I remember the fake beer vending machine cans. In Japan, it was fairly easy to come across alcohol if you really wanted it, and most people looked the other way underage drinking as long as you didn't cause a fuss. That being said, I never had anything to drink before, and I did think Asagao would be so lax about it. There was a stipulation at my scholarship that said, were I to be caught consuming alcohol, my scholarship would be given up. That happened. There was absolutely no way I could keep going here, even if my father was spending almost all of his money on me. It would be reckless and selfish of me to do that, even if I wanted to. No, that's okay. Okay, but you don't mind if we do, right? My old friends like to drink, so you can go on ahead. I'm used to it. As probably could have been expected, my tolerance was already quite high. And being so experienced, neither drank enough to have too much of an effect. Instead, they played board games, just slightly louder than usual. Ugh. You took my monster out of Tokyo! Yeah, I did, because he's dead now. Just slightly. As Jared's fashion show grew closer, he became more and more antsy. We were already rocky enough as it was. Although he had apologized, I still felt hurt. I was trying to convince myself he hadn't meant it, or that he learned from it, but my suspicions were ingrained in my head. Maybe he was the most important person himself, after all. They did say try to feel more self-centered. Oh, come on. But I felt bad for even these thoughts. After all, he was my boyfriend. I should support him. No, wait, I should support him because I cared about him, right?
Hey,
Relationships are confusing. You okay, Hana? You look kind of bummed. No, I'm fine, sorry. Mai stared at me, obviously not believing me, so I turned my attention to the conversation in front of us. Only a few weeks left, so we have to make sure to utilize that time wisely.
It's plenty of time. I think you're taking this a little too seriously.
If we don't practice, Hidden Block will end up winning. Do you want that? Feud frame dropped. Weird. The group cast a glance across the cafeteria. Hidden Block Club were competing to see who could most effectively bounce a tray on a chopstick. All except for Ian, who was watching with a tiny smile on his face.
Well,
Extra practice period couldn't hurt. They all agreed to have an extra practice at some point in the near future. I finished my spaghetti, almost absolutely positive at some point would never come. I head back to Poppy Hall with my grilling me about what was wrong. I was about to cave in and expel all my doubts when a piercing scream hit the air.
ah!
No! When I turned, birds were scattering off in the distance from the direction of the field. Did he hear that? Should we go look? Yes, we should go look! We ran to the field with everything in our bodies, passing our students who evidently had the same idea. But when we got to the field, we found it completely empty. No dead bodies, no ring of fire, no alien robots taking over. Lame. Agreed. Ollie evidently ran here with everybody else and was glaring across the field. But I swear it was a noise from here. Most people did hallucinate stream at the same time.
Well,
Unless you want to stay and search to risk being late for class. No, I can't afford Tardy that they'll remove me from the next volleyball match.
what?
What? You should get going then. I checked the time and gasped. Shit, Hana, I'm going ahead of you. She sprinted off down the hallway. The way. She's not in the hallway yet. Wait, my closet dust in her wake, while he turned to me. I'm heading off too. Coming this way? I like the sound of this. Although honestly, I don't want to walk with him. Don't fraternize with the enemy! Well, he narrowed his eyes. I see how it is. Clever. Very clever. Not as clever as my plan, but still clever.
Bye.
I'll see you later then. He waved at me, then disappeared down the path. Waited a few moments and began to follow him until... Psst. Huh? Psst. Hana. Woo! A hand tugged at the back of my collar and I was pulled into the bushes. What? A hand wrapped itself over my mouth and someone whispered to me, "Please be quiet. I can't let anyone see me like this." That voice sounded familiar. I ceased my struggling. When Willie was out of sight, I was released. I turned and found... well... Herod? It's awful. My face. My beautiful face. I should never have bothered to come here in the first place. What happened? Are you allergic to something? Bees happened, Hana. Bees! Those demon bugs sought me as their valiant nemesis, and I, the peace-loving Jared, wanted only some pretty flowers to brighten my sorrowful maiden's day. He held up a small bundle of pink flowers. I gently took them. But now my face, it's swollen and oh, I can't even bear the look at it. The fashion show's tomorrow. How am I supposed to go like this? I've been preparing for it all year.
Jared.
Jared? I'm so sorry. I felt guilty even though it technically wasn't my fault. But if he hadn't been up here gathering flowers for me, he would have gotten stung. It was still partially my fault, wasn't it? No, it's not. It was on him to come here. What are you going to do now? I can't go like this. I can't, Hana. That's it, I'm ruined. He threw his hands up in the air, then collapsed in a heap on the ground. I'll be a laughing stock. Are you crying? Don't look at me. I wish there was something I could do to help. Wait. He shot up again, a finger raised triumphantly into the air.
All right.
There is something you can do. He is still puffed. Take my place in the show.
What?
What?
You're perfect.
Take my place in the show, Hana. I know you can do it. You're so beautiful. You'd be perfect. I can't believe I didn't think of this sooner. Jared, I am not a model. I know, but you could be. There was no way that was true. Absolutely no fucking... Do you not think you're beautiful? Not really.
What?
What? But how could you look in the mirror and not see it? You know, you might ask people why they don't think they are beautiful. Then you realize it's kind of hard to tell whether you're beautiful or not when you look at yourself in the mirror. I mean, when I look in the mirror, I don't see myself as like beautiful or anything. And we all have like different beauty standards for that sort of thing. And when we look in a mirror or look at our people and see someone that you think is beautiful, be like, they're beautiful, and then they don't necessarily believe that they are sometimes. It's a weird thing. Enough of that. Enough rambling. He put a finger to his lumpy chin, stroking it thoughtfully. Is this what being a woman is like? I wanted to say no, rather, I think it's what being born normal is like. But you'll help me, won't you, Hana? I paused, conflict striking my stomach. Modeling in a fashion show sounded like the absolute antithesis of anything I ever wanted to do. Putting myself in the spotlight for people to critique my body, my face, my hair. Even if Jared sincerely thought I was beautiful, I doubt anyone else would. While I looked at Jared's distraught, sincere, bloated face, he was truly upset. I could help him like this. Even if it didn't want to do it, at least for Jared.
Well...
I guess I could try it. Hana! He grabbed my hands in his and held them up to his face, kissing him repeatedly. Oh, Hana, my savior, my flower, I'd never become worthy of such an angel. There it was again, that weird grandiose talk. Yeah, great. Go to the theater an hour early tomorrow and everything will be fine. I'll be right in the front row supporting you, so don't worry. Oh, and Hana? Yes? Really, truly, thank you. I can't really explain it well, but I'm glad you could see me like this.
Jared.
Jared? You should get to class or you'll be late. Ah, right, I'll be going then. Be safe. I waited and dashed across the field, hoping that I would make it in time. I didn't. Miss Shizuka berated me in front of the entire class, but to be honest, I was so nervous about what just happened that it hardly touched me. I was going to be in a fashion show, in front of the entire school, in front of everybody. And why did it matter so much to Jared? Did he really care, or was he trying to save his image? I wasn't the type to do this kind of thing. I really wasn't. But I would just have to deal with it and go through with it. I accepted it after all, wanted to help Jared. Even if I personally thought everything he did to save his image was stupid, it still mattered to him. He was in genuine distress. This made him feel better than, even if I was terrified. There was no way. No way. Just no way. What was I going to do? It was the day of the fashion show that I caved. Oh no. So, when I was in Shane's route, I remember having a conversation with a viewer. They were asking about whether Hana liked Shane in that route. And I explained how that was the intention behind that route, where we make some choices, and based on those choices, that Hana will follow through with other ones. This is the one route in the game where I wish we had a choice here. Because Hana, despite the fact that we make choices for her, is still her own person, and still has an approach to things. And tends to think about things. And will do things on her own. And sometimes like in Satch's route actually, there's a point during Satch's route where you could make a certain choice, but be locked out of a choice later. It was the same in Shane's route, actually. But in this one, nothing could turn this into a choice. I rushed into my dorm room and found my stash of alcohol. It wasn't that I wanted to get drunk, it was that I couldn't handle it. I didn't think I was going to be able to handle it. So I knew it was wrong, I knew it wasn't a good way to cope. But at that moment, with the responsibility that was suddenly thrust upon me, the alcohol emerged from the heavens, as if the hand of God. No! I opened the can and took my first sip. What? This is disgusting! I guess people don't drink it for the taste. I drank first one can, then two. Didn't know how much to drink to have an effect. I had seen people drinking before, but it all seems to need 3 or 4 cans before they even start to get tipsy. Oh no. I made it through 3 cans before I looked and realized the room was wowing before my face. I moved my head left to right, then tilted from shoulder to shoulder. My head feels so heavy. Oh, I shouldn't be speaking this out loud. I should be thinking. Jesus Christ. No. Why? I giggled, feeling very distant from the gnawing anxiety that still clawed on my stomach. I think it worked. I looked at the clock. 12:40? When was the show? 1? 2? I shook my head. I should get going. I soon immediately fell back on the floor, giggling. I was unprepared for the amount of pressure that was going to be on my knees. Don't worry. I'll do it better this time. I stood again, this time more carefully. It took a second for my head to catch up to where my body was, but when it did, my balance was fine.
Yeah.
To the fashion show. Some somehow, some way I made it to the theater. The back room was very dark and buzzing with people, mostly tall, beautiful Asagao students in a rainbow of high fashion ensembles. Loud music was thumping from the main floor room of the theater, reverberating in my already dazed head. I looked around nervously for Jared, hoping for a few encouraging words from my boyfriend before going out on stage. Unfortunately, he was nowhere to be found. I can only assume he was too ashamed of his face to even be backstage. Anna, over here. I turned to see Mimi and Kaksu. God damn it, why her? Kaksu was holding up a makeup brush and smiling cheerfully while Mimi clutched a clipboard and tried to look important. He's not important.
You're late.
I'm sorry, Before I could finish, Kaksu grabbed my hand and dragged me over to a brightly lit vanity mirror that was swimming with makeup. She applied a thick, sticky gloss to my lips that I instantly wanted to wipe off. I watched the other students behind me in the mirror. Some were practicing their walks with perfect poise. Others were cooing excitedly over each other's outfits. Everyone looked so happy and prepared. I gulped. All finished. I looked back at myself in the mirror. Kaksu had applied a tasteful, natural-looking amount of makeup to my slightly flushed face. Wow, Kaksu, it looks really good. I took care to turn my face away from her as I spoke, pretending to inspect the light blush on my right side of a cheek. The last thing I needed was for Kaksu to give me an exact readout of my current blood alcohol level. Affirmative. Mimi will help you if you're dressed now. Alright. I stopped carefully, steadying myself on the vanity. Mimi was across the room, helping a tall brunette girl into a beautiful flowy green dress. I took a deep breath and walked over. Mimi's face crinkled at the sight of me.
Alright, let's see.
She looked down at her clipboard, searching for my name.
Anna. Alright, here you are.
She turned to a large metal clothing rack behind her. Her hand hovered over her dress and breaking out a bright, glittering magenta dress. So that's my dress? Mimi smirked, looking quite pleased for my reaction.
Jared picked it out specially for you. He said it went with your hair.
I gulped. I question a lot of things about Jared and our relationship, but his taste in clothing is another one of them. Alright.
Now hurry up and get dressed. You're walking in 5 minutes.
You want me to change here? I glanced around nervously. The room was full of people. But there was no time for shame, with which Mimi made sure to emphasize with an impatient tapping of her foot.
Now.
I positioned myself away from as many people as possible before undressing down to my underwear. I covered myself as much as I could with one arm as I unsteadily stepped into my dress, my knees starting to give out under me. Mimi stepped up the back and whirled me around to face a full-length mirror. The sudden motion made my stomach churn. Oh no. I stared at myself, mouth agape. The neckline plunged all the way down my chest. The dress was fitted and the fabric bunched at my feet. It was itchy, way too long. I sucked in a deep breath.
Oh yeah, Anna. No glasses on the runway.
Me snatched my glasses right off my face before I could react. God damn it. But I can't see well without my glasses.
Just a straight line. You can walk a straight line, can't you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I kind of turned to Sigma there. Mega Man X Sigma, not Overwatch's Sigma. Anyway, in my current state, that was questionable. Maybe turn back to a large rack of shoes.
Since the dress is too long, you'll have to wear heels.
She considered her options before selecting a silver pair 4 inches long. God damn.
Here.
I took them and looked them over. I've never walked in heels, I don't know if I even can. Tears stung my eyes. I desperately held them back, not wanting to ruin my makeup or go on stage with red puffy eyes. Mimi's face softened for a moment, but then she frowned.
It's not my fault you're too damn short for your dress.
She huffed and left. I sat down on the floor, careful not to ruin the dress. I pulled the shoes on and wobbled to my feet, feeling like a baby giraffe standing up for the very first time. Oh no. Oh god! I drew in a deep breath and steadied myself with the wall.
You can do this, Hana. You can do this. You just have to focus.
Who are you talking to, Hana?
No one. I mean, myself.
It's time for you to get in line. May I assist you? I took Kakuzu's arm. He led me to the edge of the stage, where a line of girls and guys were waiting for their turn to walk on. Here you are, Hana. Kakuzu's a good girl. Mimi, not so much. I sighed as she left. My heart was beating wildly in my chest. I clenched and unclenched my fists to try to stay nervous tremors that crept into my fingers. I just had to walk. Well, walk and turn around and then walk again. That didn't sound so hard. I took a deep breath and concentrated my mind on Jared. If he thought I could do it, then surely I could, right? The line got shorter and shorter until finally I was next. I watched the boy in front of me step confidently out onto the stage. He was dressed in a blue sequin tuxedo that lit up as soon as the bright lights of the stage hit it. I peeked out from behind the curtain, squinting against the brightness. I scanned the audience carefully.
Where are you, Jared?
Without my glasses, it was hard to see. Luckily, I didn't need perfect vision to spot the paper bag that I could only assume was Jared in the front row. He was sitting between two blurry blobs that looked like Satch and PBJ. I relaxed a bit, but it was short-lived. Fuck. Someone hissed at me from the shadows and I stumbled forward, my heart skipping a beat. I was suddenly bathed in blinding light. Here's a stage. From a view we don't normally see of stage. Cheers erupted in the audience from who I assumed to be mine and Normal Boots Club. I put one foot in front of the other, trying desperately not to make a fool of myself. As I wobbled down the runway, I glanced to where Jared was seated. He waved and gave me a thumbs up. The gesture gave me a tiny surge of confidence. It must have helped, because I made it to the end of the runway without incident. A smile crept across my face as I paused and struck what I hoped was a not completely stupid pose. Cheers rang out again. I turned around and started back. I made it about halfway.
Oh god.
Hiccups. I continued to walk, but it happened again. Something, somewhere, went. Distracted by my hiccups, I stepped incorrectly, or maybe my foot slipped or got caught on the dress. At some point, however, I went down. It happened in slow motion. The runway drew closer to my face. My hands flew out to catch myself. I squeezed my eyes shut. I fell, smashing my face against the floor. Gas flew around me like a ghost. I felt the color drain from my face. I tried to stand up and fell again, this time on my knee. Again, I tried to stand up and fell. No matter how I tried, I could not stand again. I stared at my hands on the stage, eyes watering. My hands. My hands! I moved them out and pulled myself across the catwalk like a slinky or a snail. It was almost fun if it weren't for the everything that made it not. I made it backstage as the next girl strode out from behind the curtain. I was greeted with silence by the staff. Mimi stood by the clothes rack in the back of the room, staring at me with a sly expression. I didn't say anything. Someone lent me their arm and I stood with quivering legs. I realized now how little strength they had. I must have been very afraid for them to go limp on me like this. Someone led me to a chair and sat me down. I stood there for a while, looked at my hands, until... Hana, are you okay? Jared. I nodded silently. Why are you wearing Aiko's dress? I couldn't understand what he was talking about. My head was absolutely swimming from the potent mix of alcohol and embarrassment. Aiko's dress? Yes, that's Aiko Yoshida's dress. Who put you in that dress? All at once it hit me. I glanced over to where Mimi had been standing, but she was gone.
You're telling me this isn't my dress?
No!
No! Aiko's way taller than you. Besides, I would have never chosen that color for you. He took my trembling hands in his, kneeling down to look at me in the eyes. I turned my head away in shame, but Jared gently turned it back with a finger over my chin.
Hana?
Your dress was blue. I picked it because it perfectly matched your eyes. It was going to be the climax of the show, the most important piece of the whole collection. I thought if you wore it, maybe you could see how beautiful you are. I thought you could see yourself the way I see you. I opened my mouth to tell him what Mimi did, but then shook my head. Mimi may have tried to sabotage me, but I knew that my own poor decision was ultimately the reason I fell on stage. I had to be honest with him. I needed to come clean.
Jared, I'm drunk.
He blinked at me. God, that explains... Why are you drunk? I didn't even know you drank.
I do. I'm just so scared if I want to have a little, but I think I had too much.
How much did you drink?
3 cans.
Anna, you're tiny, you're a woman, you have no tolerance. You're not used to the effects.
I know it was stupid.
Tears pricked the back of my eyes. Jared shook his head. No, I didn't mean... You should have told me if it was such a big deal for you.
But I wanted to help you, and you said I was beautiful, and it was such a big deal for you.
Shh. Jared pulled me into a hug. Is this okay? Not too much PDA? I shook my head.
This is fine. I needed this.
Thank you for doing this for me, hon. I nodded to his shoulder.
But why was it such a big deal for you?
He pulled away from me, looking at me in the eyes. I guess after all this, you deserve to know, don't you? The thing is... Well, shit. Hello, you two. Or, hello, you two. The nurse showed up out of nowhere and made a beeline right for me. Terror flooded through me. If he found out that I was drunk, my entire scholarship would be in jeopardy.
Are you feeling alright?
I was in the audience and saw you fall. Are you alright? It looked quite painful.
Hi, I'm fine.
I held my breath, too terrified to speak, suddenly self-conscious of my every action. If only I could get a hold of how it was moving, then it would be apparent, right? I glanced at Jared, who was looking at creeps with as much fear as I was. I'll do a quick checkup on your leg, just to make sure. He bent down in front of me and tweaked my ankle. Do you feel anything there?
Didn't know.
His head shot up and gave me a very strange look. And do you feel this? He tapped the top of my knee.
No?
He gave me a sharp look. Speak to me again. I clamped my mouth shut and shook my head. Creeps placed his head next to mine, looking eye to eye with me. What is your name?
Misa?
I see. He stepped away from me. And who snuck alcohol into the school? I froze and stared at him, eyes wide. I can smell it on your breath. What? What should I do? I couldn't tell him it was mine, but if I said that was me, my scholarship. My thoughts were slow and sluggish, like I was trying to hold on to wet rubber balls, but dropping them into a muddy stream. I should. Not going to tell me? I drew in a deep breath.
It was...
I did it. Jared stood up next to me. My jaw dropped open.
Jared?
I did it. I'm sorry. Mr. McPasta frowned. Jared, we're going to the headmaster's office.
Miss Mizuno.
Miss Mizuno, I know what kind of situation you're in. Go straight to your room to sober up. Try not to get caught by anyone else on the way there. I don't know that they'd be as lenient as I am being. He looked regretfully for a moment, then... If you really are under so much stress, you should come see me. There are healthier ways you can learn how to deal with this. Tears filled my eyes, but I said nothing. Well then, come with me, Jared. Jared shot me one last look, but it was not what I expected to see. He didn't seem angry. He didn't look sad. Instead, he seemed urgent, as if he were saying, "Get out of here." He wasn't even worried about himself. I wiped the tears from my face, then stood from my chair. If I left out of the back door and walked quickly, I could make it in time. I made it to the room without incident, but as I walked in and shut the door, I collapsed on the ground. I was so tired. Why was I so tired?
Oh no.
I rushed to my side. Saw you fall, but they wouldn't let me backstage again. Are you okay?
My Jared got in trouble.
What?
What? Tell me what happened. I told her about how Jared took the fall for her and for me. My tears making it difficult to talk.
Jared did that for me? For you? Why? What are we gonna do?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Look, you're in no shape to be thinking about this. And I'm not sure there's anything we can do.
She lifted me by the arm and led me to my bed.
Don't worry about anything.
She handed me a full glass of water.
Drink.
I obeyed.
Good, now sleep this off. I'm sure by the time you wake up, things will have...
stabilize themselves somehow. I nodded. Maya helped me into my PJs and I crawled under my covers. I was so tired, my eyes were so heavy. I just wanted to forget that this all happened. But you can never forget.
Hana.
Anna. Anna? Huh? Someone's at the door. I think you should answer it.
I stood up groggily, then suddenly sharp pain struck my head.
Oh my god.
My stomach felt raw, like it was set on fire and I was trying to return to normal functioning. It was nausea, but the most burning form of nausea I've ever experienced.
Oh gosh, are you hungover?
Probably.
Never mind that. That can wait till later. Answer the door.
I pulled on some clothes, making each movement of care so as not to upset my stomach even further. Across the room and after a cursory glance in the mirror, opened the door.
Hana.
Anna?
Jared! Jared, why'd you do that? Why'd you take the blame? You have a perfect reputation. You're gonna get in so much trouble, and...
It's fine. Creeps and I made up a story that I snuck alcohol backstage to cope with pressure from the show. He said that's why I didn't perform in the first place. They didn't say anything about you or any of our students. I still got in trouble, but because of my perfect reputation, you're mostly letting it slide.
But... Hi.
You were in trouble and
I don't know.
oh no, I did it on impulse. I guess I wanted to protect you. And I did. I could tell he was smiling weakly under the bag, but as my own anxiety faded, I noticed how lethargic he seemed. I stepped out into the hallway with him and shut the door behind me.
What's wrong?
You can tell something is bothering me. Is it obvious, even through the bag?
I don't think it's obvious, but...
He sighed. Let's go for a walk. We stepped out into the night air. I remembered how, just a few weeks earlier, I was out another night running from Jared in fear. It was then that I found out he had a terrible secret. Now, was he going to tell me another one? We walked in silence for a while. Jared had his hands in his jacket pockets. I imagined his hands were warmer than my own. I was glad that my hands were cold. It distracted me from the pounding in my head. It's about my family. I might have mentioned that I was raised to know a lot about the traditional Japanese arts. That's true. My family is well known. Well, you'd know. My family's name isn't Nabenbauer. It's Nadeshiko. I stopped in my tracks.
The Nadeshiko? Is that the name of...
The Nadeshiko School of Traditional Japanese Arts. Founded in 1644. We've been around for hundreds of years. Pioneers in traditional forms of dance, calligraphy, flower arrangements, adornment, kendo, and yes, tea ceremonies. The Nadeshiko School of Traditional Japanese Arts. Among artisans, it was probably known primarily as the Institute. My parents talked about it all the time in the shop. My mom wanted to get into a class there. Had even been saving up before she got sick. My dad always looked to their designs for inspiration when arranging the flower displays. Each spring, when the new designs came out, the name floated around the dining room table for weeks. And here was the apparent flesh and blood of the Institute itself, standing right before me.
But you're...
Too rebellious and free-spirited to ever be tamed by ancient tradition and a distinguished family name? I know. I was going to say why. As you would expect, being raised with such a history, I was expected to carry on the family name and not besmirch our reputation. My birth kind of already ruined that, though.
You're... Is that why your last name is Nabenbauer?
He nodded. My father took a mistress. My mother. I took her name because she was never allowed to have his. But my father died. My mother, through a series of events, was incorporated as the head of one of the branches. She thinks if I can just behave well enough, eventually I'll be accepted and allowed to run a branch of the school, if not the whole thing. I'll be rich, we'll be set for life, we'll have the fame and prestige we have deserved. She'll finally be acknowledged by her husband's or lover's family. I think, to her, it's what she needs to feel like she can see him again after she dies.
Jared.
Jared?
Right, so it's a lot of pressure. I've been expected to be perfect my whole life. And when you're as naturally flawless as me, it's not too hard, but it can be demanding. Failure isn't tolerated. Loss of image isn't tolerated. I don't think I've had a true friend till coming here and meeting Norbut's club. It took years to convince my mother to let me come here. Only the prestige of the academy saved me. I was able to have fun here. All the ceremonies and shows I did, all the tournaments and announcements, even my girlfriends. He glanced at me sheepishly. Sorry. For the first time, maintaining an image was half work and half fun. But now, I guess all that work meant nothing. He stared wistfully at the night sky. The headmaster is going to call my mother, and she's going to find out. Maybe she'll be able to keep it under wraps. I don't know. My mom can be very scary. Ruthless, even. But he'll definitely get her out around the school. From there, well, my image is ruined. He sighed. It's weird. I worked for my entire life, some 17 years, keep this up. I couldn't tell if I hated it or loved it. But now that it's ruined, I feel kind of relieved.
Jared? You threw away so much because of me.
No.
No. Hey, stop. I'm not telling you this to make you feel bad, but, well, now you know. He rubbed his arms. I could tell he was smiling under that bad. It's cold. What do you say we go inside? We returned to the girls' dorm, making our way slowly to my room. I didn't know what to say. The truth of Jared's upbringing. The entirety of what he sacrificed by accepting the blame. It was too much for me to process. Definitely wasn't making my head ache any better. We reached my room and Jared shuffled awkwardly.
Well,
Oh then, I guess... Look! I put a hand to my mouth. I felt really weird. My headache was getting worse. My stomach was burning even more. Hana, are you okay? He put a hand to my forehead, looking at me with concern.
I don't feel.
Oh no. He pulled me by the arm, sprinting down the hall. Hold it in, please hold it in. We flew into the bathroom and Jared practically threw me into a stall. Just in time. As Jared gathered my hair in his hands, I vomited like I never vomited before. Ah, isn't this nice?
No!
No, look.
Jared chuckled quietly. We've gotten ourselves one hell of a mess, haven't we? He tenderly rubbed my back. I was embarrassed, horribly embarrassed, but I was also beyond the point of feeling that embarrassment. I just wanted it to end. I guess everyone will hate me now.
What?
What?
Well, I'm not what I pretend to be. People liked me because I was perfect, now that I'm not.
That's not true.
It'll be interesting to see how it turns out, won't it? He chuckled again. I don't like to admit it, but I'm scared. When I was done, I kicked him out of the bathroom and cleaned myself up. It was horrifying that he saw me like that, but at the same time I was more preoccupied with what he was going through to worry about something so comparatively small. After giving up so much for me, what made seeing me throw up a big deal? I washed my mouth out and borrowed someone's tube with toothpaste before returning to the hall. Jared was waiting for me in front of my door.
Alright.
So, I guess this is goodbye now. I nodded sheepishly.
Jared.
Jared, thank you.
No. I should be thanking you. Things have been changing for me ever since I met you. Without you, He stopped himself. Anyway, thank you. He turned and left. I watched him go, guilt mingling with gratefulness in my empty stomach. I returned to my room, once again feeling exhausted. I turned over in her bed to look at me, but instead of talking to me, she smiled. I smiled back at her. She turned over again. She probably knew that I didn't want to talk about it. I changed back into my pajamas and climbed to my bed, trying to think of ways to help Jared. His relationship with his mother seemed so difficult. My father was like that with me. There was no way I'd be able to do anything. The only reason I was even here is because my father supported and cared about me so much. Even if his mother had those expectations, didn't she know they were unreasonable? Maybe it's naive of me, but I thought maybe if you could talk to her honestly and tell her how you felt. But then, would that even do anything? Probably not. Chapter 4. A shocked, blushing, and a blushing Jared that's smiling. Hopefully it goes well. I was not eager to head to class the next day. A fashion show, combined with my glorious encore immediately following, filled me with embarrassment and horror. I walked through the doors of Poppy Hall so early that morning I didn't even think I was awake. Consequently, the halls were mostly deserted except the odd student who looked away when he saw me coming. I reached the door of my classroom with a sigh before an odd flicker of moon caught my eye. Jared was standing behind a row of lockers. Then another one, further down the hall. Like this, he darted between locker groups, heading for the staircase to the third floor.
Jared.
Jared?
He jumped.
Oh, yes.
Hana! Oh, Hana, it's just you. He put a hand over his heart, wheezing. Thank goodness it's just you. How are you? He leaned against a neighboring wall, flipping his hair dramatically.
Fine?
Nice.
That's great. There was a creak down the hall as the stairwell door opened. Students were now starting to trickle into the hallways, and Jared followed them with his eyes. Yeah, I was thinking that. Along the lines of that, I agree, right? Yeah.
Jared, I'm not saying anything.
Perfect, how wonderful. Here, Jared grabbed his chin with my hands and turned him to face me.
Hey!
Jared, come back down to earth, please. No one's going to be thinking about you.
He stands passed by, whispering and giggling. Jared sighed. That doesn't look like they're talking about me. What does? You think anybody was talking about you at that rate? All you had to be doing was talking. You can't tell me no one's seriously going to be talking about how Jared, an all student, is secretly an alcoholic. I wrinkled my nose. He had a point, was the thing. It also sounds so arrogant. The world doesn't revolve around you. I know that. What kind of idiot do you take me for? I'm not saying you're an idiot. Jared glanced at the door again. He paled. Looked over my shoulder.
Good morning.
Oh, hey, Satch. What's up?
Hey, girl.
Sup? Good to see you two survived. He grinned broadly. I chuckled, but Jared shoved his hands into his pockets. Anyway, Jared. I understand. I won't talk to... Don't forget about the meeting after school tonight. We want everybody to be there. You too, Hana.
Yeah.
Got it. I saluted. Satch waved and went on his way.
What?
But... See? I told you so.
I'll see you around.
Hana, I've got to go talk to him. I'll see you later. Jared followed Satch up to their classroom, no doubt about to probe him for his opinion of what occurred the night before. I wondered whether he'd tell the truth to them about the alcohol or whether he'd stick with his original story. Will he tell them about me throwing up? Oh jeez. Fucking hope not. I went to class, hiding my face from the people around me, but the conversation I heard. I wouldn't have expected it of him.
I know, right? Who knows? Maybe he's some kind of alcoholic?
Fuck you, man. I don't think so.
But that would make him so hot. He'd be dangerous and everything. A secret bad boy. A dark side.
Ugh. Akusu's eyes flickered. I do not understand his propensity of human mating patterns.
Whatever. More for me.
It seemed like nobody even remembered my fall. Thank God. Compared to Jared, how small news. The same thing happened at lunch, too.
Don't trust him as far as I can throw him.
I'm not so sure.
Yeah, but I don't think they'd be as shady as listening to our strategy discussions. He stole my favorite Wii remote, though.
We still have a favorite Wii remote, though.
They were all the same color. There was no way he could have known he was taking it. The group cast a suspicious glance at the hidden block table, where Jimmy had donned a chef's hat and was teaching the rest how to frost cookies. Oh God. They were experiencing varying degrees of success, with Ian producing the cutest smiling cookies and Caddy creating miniatures of dead moose.
I don't know.
Jared was listening quietly, hardly even eating his food. I couldn't tell whether he was relieved or whether their failure to address the rumors made him distrust him even more than he otherwise would have. About the fashion show.
Yeah!
You looked great. I glanced at Maya, blinking.
Yeah!
You really did. Even Josh agreed, didn't you? Josh blushed and turned away.
I don't know what you're talking about.
About my fault. It's exactly what I expected from the likes of you. God damn it, Shane. I stared at Shane, unsure whether that was a joke or an insult. His expression didn't change. Nobody cares, Hana, so don't worry. She dug an elbow into my side, a bit painfully. I had a feeling she was shutting me up less out of concern for my feelings and more out of concern for the truth of the situation getting out. Thank God. I glanced at PUG, who was making faces staring at the ceiling. Did he know too? Was he gonna tell them? Okay. Thanks, then.
See what I mean?
We should leave the strategy for tonight. Lunch is supposed to be about relaxing. We shouldn't drag work into it. This is the wrong group of people to be saying that to. Yeah. As we finished eating and dispersed into campus, I dawdled behind the others to catch up to Jared. He was walking like a zombie, holding his head as if unsure that this reality existed.
Hey!
Anything better yet? Ah!
Hey!
I just don't get it. Why doesn't anybody hate me? Nobody cares about whether you snuck alcohol in. At least nobody in Orbis Club cares. They're your friends. It's not like you killed a person. They probably don't want to talk about it unless you bring it up. Friends? Yeah. I pat him on the shoulders. Don't worry, you'll figure out how friendship works eventually. As I rubbed his shoulders, I heard someone approaching from behind. We turned around.
Paul.
Oh, what's up? Paul. Hey guys. I don't really know how to go about saying this. He scratched the back of his head, staring at Jared's left knee.
Well...
So, you know that I'm running for council president, right? And image is very important to that, right? Oh no. So, I don't personally care what you do in your free time. I don't care whether you drink or don't. Like, personally, I don't give a damn. But some of the students and faculty might care. And it would be bad if I got a reputation for doing things like that. Your reputation might survive, Jared. But I don't have your godlike good looks. I can't afford to have people thinking I'm an alcoholic because of you, so... Because of him? What I'm saying is I need to spend less time around you. Or I would appreciate it if you could spend less time around me, or us. I feel really bad, man, but it's just how it is. What the hell, Paul? You should be better than this. I turned to Jared in desperation. Right? Tell him, Jared. Jared held my hand and shook his head. No, it's fine, I get it. Image is everything. Paul sighed and his tired body relaxed as if a bowstring was untied. I'm glad you understand, Jared. It's really nothing to do with you. Yeah, it's fine. I get it. I raised an eyebrow, but Paul simply grinned. Awesome. Gotta get to class. Can't be late, but I'll see you. He shot me goodbye. I mean, I'll... bye. Christ. He dashed off down the lane. The wind blew through the trees above us, stirring small flakes of dirt that speckled my socks. Damn it, Paul. Jared turned to me with a half-hearted smile. I knew they wouldn't really accept me. Is that really what you're taking from this? You saw it happen. You're cherry-picking the worst possible things to reflect your knackered outlook. It just happened. You can't tell me I'm making it up. It has nothing to do with your friendship. He said it with his image only. Yeah, and my image is the only thing he seems to care about. What? You think Paul is using you?
I don't know.
I don't know. I didn't say that. But you're not taking it back either. Yeah, well, I stared at him. You're kidding. Jared shrugged. That's starting soon, isn't it? It is. We should get to it then. Fine. I'm going ahead. I shouldered my bag and stalked off. I made it to class in the nick of time, right as the bell chimed, and sat at my desk with a mixture of fury and sadness in my heart. Paul shouldn't have done that. I almost didn't believe he actually did, but Jared's selective attention to the very worst interpretation signal for every situation was filling me with rage. Didn't understand why either. Sure, it was annoying that he was behaving like this, but it shouldn't be causing this extent of anger. What was going on? When class ended, I started walking out with my butt. Hana, where are you going? Huh? We have practice today in the library, remember? I glanced at Maya and shrugged. I should get some extra volleyball practice in. I've been slacking off recently anyways. Okay. Right, now let's go. Shay and I head past tables gossiping, frustrated, sleeping students into the back of the room. There at a table to the right sat Norwood's club. Or most of them. As I scanned the familiar faces, I noticed two things. 1. Everybody seemed stressed beyond belief. 2. Jared and Paul were nowhere to be found. As Shay and I set our bags on the table, soon found out why. I asked you not to come, so I expect you not to be here. Can handle not being around in public, but this is the library. No one comes to the cooking and new age sections. I saw a flash screen from behind a book slid across the way. Jared and Paul are arguing a few bookcases over. Despite this, their voices could be heard as clear as day. Sag glanced back at them. If they don't keep it down, Librarian is going to come and kick us all out. Trust me.
That's okay. We just meet in the clubroom, right?
The teacher is using it for class prep today. We won't be able to.
Oh, can you do something? You work here.
No.
I'm not. That situation is between them. I won't take sides. No one's going to see. But if they do, what won't happen? You can't know that it won't. You can't know they will. The two are going in circles. If anything, this would hurt Paul's reputation more than being seen with Jared. Hell, we all came here for a reason. Just because those two are being idiots doesn't mean we have to waste our time. He's right. They'll start out their business. In the meantime, we have strategy to discuss. I watched the flashes of movement between the bookcases.
But
I'm not one for conflict. We can't leave them like that, can we? They're going to hurt us as a group.
Well...
If we get involved, it'll only get worse. I agree with Shane. Gilly's telling him to take it somewhere private. You're almost done. You'll be fine. I slapped my hands over my face, rubbing my temples. First Paul and Jared, now this? As the argument back and forth got more heated, both sides separating themselves into thick categories as time wore on. I glanced at Josh, the only one who was staying quiet. He shrugged at me. Finally, I stood.
guys,
The others stopped mid-sentence, glancing at me.
just for today, give these kind of things. I'll go tell them, here they join us in whatever capacity, and you both miss this meeting.
But
No! I don't want to hear it. I've had a very frustrating day, so we will sit down to a strategy meeting. I'll go find a carton of eggs and smash them across all your faces. Good. Josh, start the meeting. I'll go talk to the other two.
I wove my way between the bookcases, hearing the slow talk of strategy and business starting up behind me. As I approached Jared and Paul, their voices become quieter and more urgent. They must have seen me coming, because by the time I got to their bookcase, they were standing in silence, looking at the books on either side of them.
Guys, are you ready to join us?
They exchanged looks. Jared cocked an eyebrow. Paul threw up his hands. Jared shrugged. Fine. Yeah, we're ready. He pointed to Jared and muttered something quietly to him. Whatever it was, Jared seemed to have expected it, as if he only rolled his eyes.
And please join us.
Paul nodded and stepped past Jared, going towards the table. I waited for Jared by the bookcase. Send.
So,
I can stick around for the day, basically.
oh, good. That's good, right?
Jared shrugged. As we headed back to the table, I tried to make small talk, but Jared's jaw remained tightly clenched. As calmly as he seemed to be taking this, things were not well. I couldn't tell whether he was still mad at me for our argument earlier that day, or whether he was angry at Paul. But for the moment, nothing I said to him seemed to stir a response. We made it to the table and resumed our seats. Reassumed our seats. The boys were grouped into separate bunches, each offering their ideas of our strategies. Despite having figured out a few ways to make my score better, multiplayer matches still got the best of me. I was a slow combo builder. When I play against others, I usually got their combos in before I could get mine fully into place. It would be extremely helpful to give you ideas how to make speed faster. But Jared sat on the fringe of the group, arms crossed and deep in thought. He really looked like he could use someone to talk to, but I didn't know whether he wanted to hear it from me. I wasn't even sure whether I was ready to talk with him. My boiling rage subsided, but the anger was still there. What should I do? Well, I feel like that if your anger is still there, talking with Jared wouldn't help much. So I'm operating on the assumption that we should just keep practicing, and hopefully something comes out of it.
Shane?
I raised a two-handed hand, and Shane came to my side. Yes?
I've been having difficulty with this, so could you?
A wry smile curled across his lips. I'm not surprised. I stared at him. Was he being mean, or was he actually teasing me?
Don't worry, we'll get you ship shape in no time.
I nodded quietly, darting a glance at Jared. He watched me and Shane, expression unchanging. Was he mad that I didn't go talk to him, or was he just upset over what happened to Paul and I was being too self-conscious that it didn't have much to do with me? In the end, Shane helped me settle on a strategy involving eliminating certain colored stones where others based on how many there were on the screen. When I practiced with him, and he was fairly good despite his insisting otherwise, my speed slowly got better and better until I was able to consistently beat him. He shook his head after our last match, grinning.
Yeah.
Fast learner. I beamed, something like pride tickling my spine.
Thank you.
But you still got a lot to learn. Only a few weeks left until the tournament. Don't forget. I saluted. I think we're fine for the tournament.
I won't. Hi!
Huh? Good God, Hana, what is it?
Oh, you're in your uniform. Did practice just end?
I literally just sat down my bag and was about to take a shower. We got a game in a few weekends and things are... He stopped squinting at me.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, you okay? You seem really tense.
No!
No.
I collapsed onto the ground, face down. Mai stood over me. I began to roll across the carpet like a tiny mobile sausage.
I hate everything.
Did you have another fight with Jared? I explained the entire situation to her from the incident earlier this morning up to the practice session we just had. When I was finished, I put my face in my hands.
My dating sucks. It's really complicated. I have no idea what's right and what's wrong, what I should and shouldn't do, whether I was overreacting, and I don't want to be crazy. I just don't want to be, like, in an unhealthy relationship. Is that what this is?
I just don't know. I sat next to me, pulling an arm around my shoulder. Well, I can tell you that you're certainly not in a really good spot right now, but all relationships go through rough patches. Realistically, something like this is bound to happen in any relationship. It's a matter of whether you can overcome it, or whether you even want to, I guess.
Is it?
He shrugged.
There's no real good answer. That's why a relationship's so hard. Half the time it's a matter of perspective.
Jared's definitely stepped out of line more than a few times, but from his angle, I'm sure you have too.
But
I shut my mouth. As much as I would like to pretend it was only Jared doing things wrong, maybe I'd done things wrong too. But was that just me being a doormat? I didn't want to lie down and take rude behavior. Or should I, because people make mistakes and mess up all and take their anger out on others all the time? What was permissible and what wasn't?
my head hurts.
Look, what it comes down to is, I guess, do you still even want to date Jared?
Of course
No.
No, Hana, really think about it.
Just because you like someone doesn't mean you have to date them.
My mom used to say all the time, oh, I can't help it because I love him, as if that were enough reason to take any behavior. He asked me, it was an excuse. Reason for her not to take the hard road. You don't owe Jared anything, not as his girlfriend, not as a human being. So it's a matter of your happiness you should think about, not his. I'm sure Jared wouldn't want you to date him if you're just doing it to make him happy either. Do you feel like he likes you sincerely?
Hi.
Jared had said and done a lot of things for me. Sometimes it felt like his words meant nothing. All the pretty poetry he spouted at me about my beauty and moral goodness or whatever meant nothing. They were as worthless as raindrops in Seattle. But then there were times when Jared seemed sincere.
You look beautiful.
You are scared. Okay. You have air screen.
You were scared, but you weren't hiding. You were afraid of the people you met, and what they would think of you, but you didn't think to fake your feelings. You have always been, from the first moment I met you, genuine. You're a brave person, Hana. And I'm terrified that if someone finds out that I'm not perfect, they'll just give up on me. I did it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
He does. I'm sure of it.
And I guess the only other question is,
do you care for him? And do you think it's worth it to try to get through this?
Day faded into night as I turned the situation over and over in my mind. I cared about Jared. I really did. Perhaps it was a question of commitment, then, not one of right and wrong. Even if Jared was being a butt, he needed someone's help. This is basically his worst fear coming true. Was it any wonder he became completely irrational in dealing with it? His rationality and insistence on seeing things in the worst light possible was what angered me more than anything he said to me.
It was clear that what he said to me, even including throwing me under the bus, wasn't truly how he felt about me. It wasn't good. It wasn't excusable, but wasn't the truth of the situation. More important than whether he did it once was whether he did it again. And I couldn't treat him as if he already messed up, or else that would make a self-fulfilling prophecy. But if I wanted to stick around, I had to learn how to deal with his excruciating drama king shtick. Why did that bother me so much anyways? I stared up at the top rungs of my bed, running my feet across the bars, holding my eyes bed up. It was just... I hated that line of thinking. I hated it so much. I hated it because my eyes widened. It reminded me of myself. Hana, why don't you try going to school today? I'm sure things get better if you just try.
No.
Hana. And thanks for the tiptoeing in and dropping a lurk. I shot a glare at my father from across my messy bedroom. I think he's your other bear.
Don't you have work to do?
He shut the door, disappointment etched across his face. I listened to his footsteps ascending the stairs, heart heavy. I hated myself like this. I hated the world like this. Today marked the start of the 7th week I skipped school. Turned over in my bed, still in my PJs, rubbed a sketchboard in front of me. Sketchpad. It wasn't like there was any point in trying. If I came back, they would laugh. They would jeer. Maybe they'd drag me off again and would start all over. Nobody who claimed to be my friend back then really was. None of them could be trusted, so what was the point? I pulled my blanket firmly up over my shoulders. No point. Just thinking back to that year filled me with self-loathing. Anger, guilt, frustration. I wanted to go back and strangle myself.
What are you doing? Can't you see how hard your father's working? Can't you see?
But what was the use? That Hana was gone, wasn't she? I guess. I was afraid of her coming back. And Jared was a reminder that that version of myself was never far away. But back then, what I wanted more than anything was a friend. Not someone to tell me how wrong I was. Deep down, I knew how wrong I was, and how stupid I was being. But at the time, I felt I couldn't help it. I was hurt, and I needed help to overcome it. Help that I got from Asagao, from the Normal Boots Club, from my friends. Jared didn't seem to believe the Normal Boots Club truly liked him. But despite that, he still seemed to trust me. He told me exactly how Paul's behavior made him feel. To some extent, he trusted me. That meant that there was still hope, and that if Jared needed help, I was the best person for the job. Maybe if he was behaving like a baby, and maybe some people would think that reason enough to discard him. He certainly was making my life harder. That was the honest truth. But when I thought about the Jared that I liked, I knew he was worth it. I nodded it to myself. Perhaps I overreacted. Yes, he was being frustratingly pessimistic, but I got angry at him for my own reasons. I felt bad. So I knew what I needed to do. I would apologize. I didn't see Jared in the hallways for class, but I kept my spirits up. I figured I would see Jared at lunch, be able to apologize to him there, but when Mai and I got to the table, he was nowhere to be found. We sat and I scanned the lunch line for him. Was he running late?
Hana.
Paul cast a guilty look in my direction.
No.
I glanced down at my food. It's only for a little while. I looked at Paul again. I wasn't sure whether he was saying that to comfort me or to comfort himself. I stood.
Hana? Sorry, I have somewhere I should be.
Leaving my food behind, I dashed through the cafeteria. Where could he be? I checked the classroom. The club room. The library to no avail. Running out of time, I dashed to the boys' dorm. Jared? I made it to his door, wheezing beyond belief. Jared, let me in. I knocked feebly on his door, unsure whether he was even there. Where else could I go? I slumped down against his door, utterly exhausted. And thanks for the Gengar. Echo. My friend. I was to apologize. Jared's door opened with a click, and I fell backwards into the room. How? Hana. I stood.
Hey!
Jared, there you are. You came to find me. Why, is something wrong? No, nothing's wrong. Well, kind of. Can I come in? By all means. He stood back and held the door for me, and I wandered in, dusting off my skirt. As the door stood open a crack, and I see some kind of machine glimmering in the half-light. I peered at it, trying to get a closer look. So, Jared cleared his throat. What brings you here? Well, I know that things between us have been tense over the past few days, and you've been going through a lot. Let's reflect on behavior, and I wanted to apologize. I stopped. Jared's phone was ringing. Jared immediately dug through his pockets. Sorry, I'll shut it off. He glanced at who was calling and froze. I'm sorry, Hana. I need to take this. I clamped my mouth shut, frustration and concern mingling inside of me. Jared placed the phone to his ear. Hello? Jared! A fierce female voice shot out the other end, so loud I could hear her clearly from where I was standing. Hi, Mother. Mother? But how dare you sneak alcohol into the school? Who do you think you are? How do you think this is going to play out when the tabloids get a hold of it? Jared glanced at me and moved across the room. I could no longer make out the words of the conversation, only the raw, angry screeching of his mother and the increasingly panicked platitudes he made. I know, it was a stupid mistake. No, I would never. I am very sorry, Yes, I will take responsibility. His voice rose higher and higher in pitch, just as his mother's voice increased in volume. It didn't take long before he was holding up the phone away from his ear. Then I could hear what she was saying again. Despicable, worthless creature! I should have listened to your father when he told me to get rid. Hana, maybe you should step outside? Jared tried to whisper it to me, but his mother immediately stopped talking. Who is that? What? No one. Who are you talking to? Anna? Is this a girl you've been hanging out around with? I knew it. I knew you would never behave in this manner. A girl's to blame for the situation, isn't she? That doesn't surprise me. Anna! Jared's mother was shouting to the receiver, apparently not talking with me. Am I talking to the one responsible for the situation my beloved son is now trapped in? Beloved? Really? Jared shook his head fervently. I couldn't tell whether he was trying to warn me away or was trying to get me to deny that I was responsible. What should I do? Well, I know one thing. Obviously, she needs a rest. I don't think remaining silent is a particularly good idea. We're going to develop some gonads. Let us take the phone. A sudden rush of courage flooded through my veins. I crossed the room. What are you? I took the phone from his hands. Yes, I am. You should take your anger out on me, not him. Jared saved me from a terrible situation. I would have lost my scholarship and been able to attend the school if it weren't for him. If you ask me, your son's a hero, not the despicable creature you're making him out to be. Jared watched, eyes wide, as I awaited my punishment. You wretch! So I'm to assume you're after my boy for his money and connections? Look, little girl, you might have been sly enough to manipulate him, but you'll never make it past me. I'll never forgive you for this. I'll never approve of you. And if anything like this happens again, I assure you, your scholarship is the last thing you'll be worrying about. I swallowed, attempting to keep tears from my eyes and shaking from my voice. Go ahead. If I deserve it, then go ahead. Better me than Jared. I had no connection to this demon incarnation of a woman, but Jared knew her as his mother. Let me speak to Jared again, now. I handed the phone to Jared, unable to keep my hand from trembling. He took it from me, staring at me in awe. Then he pulled me into a hug. Anna, thank you. My trembling faded as he held me. Right. This was why I did it, for Jared. Jared gave me strength. Jared! Please go, for now. Don't worry about anything. Jared Nabenbauer! Go! Jared shooed me away as he held the phone back up to his ear. Yes. At least I can commend you for choosing a woman who faces consequences. But what I said to her remains true, regardless. With one last look over my shoulder at Jared, I left the room. I told Maya what happened with a trembling voice, and she nodded grimly. It was just before class started, so there wasn't much either of us could do. But as the day slipped into the night, I worried. I didn't hear back from Jared, not at any point. Was he okay? Did he even go to class? Had his mother always been like that? These questions circled in my mind as I hovered over my homework, another essay for Miss Shizuka. Anna, if you don't focus, you'll miss the deadline.
What?
Huh? Snapped out of my mental fog. I was watching me with concern. Right, sorry. I went back to my work, but I felt Maya's gaze on me for a while longer. In the end, Jared never told me what was going on. Not then, and not the next day. I was worried, but I didn't want to bother him. Surely he was dealing with enough on his own. If he wasn't talking to me, he didn't want to be bothered. Right? The next day, I waited for Maya in the theater before class. She said she had something very urgent she wanted to talk with me about, and it could only be done there. I was confused, but if Maya needed my help, I would do it. I accepted her request without asking questions. I sat in the front row, staring at the stage. It was only about a month ago that Jared first asked me to be his girlfriend. Finally, the door opened at the top of the hall, a beam of light shining through the rest of the room. I turned, finding 3 people silhouetted in the doorway. Huh? Oh right, Jared Sparkle attack. My loud, boisterous laugh. Congratulations, my friends. You 2 have won the first class tickets to the wondrous Sasaki beachfront. What? I tossed her hair dramatically, pushing Jared further into the room. Well, it's clear to me that everybody has been, way too stressed out recently. We've got the Paul, we've got the overbearing mothers, we've got tournaments and classes and misunderstandings. It's all way too much. What we need is a vacation. But we have class in half an hour. You mean we had class? Jared glanced from Maya to PUG and back. Grab him, Peebs! PUG grabbed Jared around the waist just as he lunged for the door. No! I need to go to class! Jeez, Jared. I never knew you were such a nerd.
No!
You don't understand. Get a grip on yourself, Jared. We're going, and that's that. But I have a scholarship. Maya dove at me, iron grip closed around my wrist. Before I even knew it began, the battle was lost. You're coming with us. I gulped. There was no point in struggling. Whatever you say, Maya. It wasn't until we were safely on the train that Jared and I were let go. Maya cackled wildly as she and PBG shared a high five. Jared assumed the field position. The hell is that? Oh right, it is Friday the 13th. Mike out well, and she and PG share a high five. Jared assumed a field position, murmuring to himself under his breath. This will be fine. This will be fine. This will be fine. Don't worry, Jared. This is for your own good. We care about you, so we're doing you a favor. We've got your back. Mike jumped up and down, got an arm around PG's neck, pulling him towards Jared and grinning at him. As he looked between them, realization dawned upon his face. You do.
Bingo.
Of course. I watched this all happen, a small worry etching itself into my heart. Of course it was nothing. I shouldn't be concerned. Right? But as the doubt was there, it was all a matter of whether I acted on it. Oh my god, we're here! Maya stretched his arms out and across the beach, kicking storms of sand up in her wake. Also, check out that view. I looked out across the sand, feeling the heat creep into my Asagao uniform. We were out here not even a minute, and I was already sweating up a storm. As Maya began smaller and smaller the further away she got, I turned and glanced at PG and my boyfriend. Jared didn't even seem to register that we were here. He was holding his face in his hand, staring at the ground in horror. PG was propping him up with one arm, trying to calm him down. PG glanced at me and shook his head, tight-lipped. I think Jared and I should, we have to change our swimsuits. You and I should do the same. It's hot out here. He smiled nervously. I looked at Jared, hoping at some kind of signal from him, but he was non-responsive. It was as if his mind was blue screening. Okay, I'll find a way to do that. Right, we'll meet back here. Yuji put one of Jared's arms around his neck and helped him off the side of the beach, where a number of shabby changing booths stood. I, on the other hand, trudged off in the direction of my elusive best friend. I found her crouched on the far end of the beach, picking seashells out of the sand. I collapsed down next to her, feeling sweat drip down my spine. I shuddered. Hey, I'm sorry we just stole you guys away. Hope you know we're just trying to help. I know you are. Just Jared doesn't seem to be taking it well. Yuji assured me he has that under control. I trust him. We've been friends for like ages. If anyone should know how to handle Jared, it's PBG. He never judges anyone. That's what's great about him. I nodded, loosening the collar of my shirt. Can we please change our swimsuits? I think I'm gonna die. Oh, right. Sorry, I forgot that you're wearing your blazer. You should go without it more often. I think the regular shirt suits you. I tossed me a small canvas bag, which I opened to find my swimsuit, 2 bottles of sunscreen, sunglasses, and some bottles of water. You've been preparing for this for a while.
Yeah!
Anything to help my best friend. Come on. He led me around a corner, where there were even more change booths. I summoned to one, pulling the bright orange curtain behind me. My old swimsuit was not a swimsuit I liked. No, it was more accurate to say I had never owned a swimsuit I liked. I was always self-conscious about my body, and not particularly proud of how I wasn't very well endowed. Swimsuits made me exceptionally paranoid about that, and I didn't like people seeing my stomach either. For all I felt like I looked like a boy, and the swimsuit shouted these thoughts at me as I held it up. I was going to die of heat stroke if I didn't put it on. With a sigh, it got changed. I hesitantly poked my head around the curtain, praying to the high heavens that the boys hadn't shown up in the interim. Instead, I found Mai, eagerly waiting outside the front of my booth. Oh my god, Hana!
I'm so cute!
Her, quote said that best. I blushed and stepped out into the sun, wriggling my toes on the warm sand. Thank you. But, you... I struggled to find words for the way Mai looked. Hot, sexy, like a bombshell? Mai had a dream body, and her swimsuit only accentuated that. You look unbelievable. Mai struck a pose and giggled. I try. She cast a glance down the beach. The boys don't seem to be out yet, but I saw a volleyball court down the way. Wanna play a game? Against you? There's no way I'll win. Actually on the team.
Come on, please. I won't seriously destroy you or anything. Just for fun. Okay. As long as you go easy on me. Mai did not go easy on me. She said she did. Oh boy, did she say she did. But the height of her jumps, the ferocity of her swerves, serves, and spikes, the sheer force behind each and every smack of the ball almost made me feel like there's something wrong. As I dove to the left and right to try to get the ball, as every single hit was matched by mine and sent back to me, I started to get worried. Worried than I already was. Was Mai really throwing this trip out at me? Was she merely trying to help Jared? The game got more and more difficult, and I got more and more frustrated until I couldn't take it anymore. So, Ma, you sure you're not upset about me and Jared? I hit the ball over the net into her. For the first time, she missed it.
What?
What? No, I'm not upset about it. Why on earth would I be? She walked across the court to get the ball as I caught my breath. You liked him for a long time, really long time. Dad came along and took him and even really supportive, but you never talked about it. I was just wondering. When Maya came back with the ball, her face was flushed. I couldn't tell whether it was because of the sun, the exercise, or the conversation. No, I'm fine with it. Put those feelings away when you started dating. It was hard, but he's yours now. I ain't no home wrecker. She tossed the ball in the air and served it to me. I dashed across the field and caught it in my hands, chuckling softly. Fine, I believe you. Let's do something else. I'm tired of getting my butt handed to me. I was having fun. I wasn't. I clasped her hands together and kicked the sand, suddenly seeming sheepish. Now might be a good time to tell you something, though. She ducked under the net and stood next to me, leaning close to my ear. I have a crush on someone else now. He spoke still at normal conversational volume, having difficulty with the concept of whispering. I immediately took a step back and clapped my hand to my ear before rushing what she said. Wait, what? Crush on who? My girl menacingly. I can't tell you. You can't tell me? No? Why not? I looked away. I have a feeling you'd be a little protective, like a little too protective, so...
What?
What? No, I wouldn't. I mean, obviously you'd have to pass very high standards I've set for my best friend, but that's a normal thing. Mai gave a lopsided smile and shook her head. You don't get it. Don't worry about it. I'm sure we'll find out eventually. Now she was beaming, and I gasped. You think you're gonna date?
Bingo.
I'd say it's heading in that direction. Oh my god, Mai, I can't believe you're not telling me. You'll find out soon enough.
Hey, yo.
Oh, hey guys. I ran across the beach and sprinted straight into the water, where I could see PG and Jared had, at some point, swam over to our side of the beach. I put a hand on Jared's arm, asking him something in a hushed tone. Jared nodded sadly and smiled at her. She patted his arm and started walking out to PVG. Hana, don't you want to join us? Ugh, that bulge. Jesus. That was terrible. Mai stretched an arm out to me, and Mai turned around.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hana, the water's way better than I thought. I ignored the impulse to cover up the entirety of my body with my tiny little stick arms, instead flushed. I tiptoed out to the surface of the water and touched it with a toe. Oh my god, this is better than you thought. Well, it's still early spring. I thought it'd be way worse. No, I'm fine without this. I'm gonna stay on the sand. And thank you for the follow, Trev Gaming 55. I don't have the alerts up for reasons, but they'll be back next time. At least I caught that. Oh no, you don't. Jared lunged for me. I couldn't escape fast enough. Eek! He pulled me by the arm into the water, falling under the surface with me. I sprang up immediately, my teeth chattering. And oh, a fellow Avenger friend's friend. Thank you for joining. I don't think I have much to fear, actually, from any of this. Let me, go to edit and just turn this shit on. And, yeah, we'll do that. Now it's live. Jared, you turd! He doubled over in laughter, wiping water from his face. You should have seen how he looked. And thanks, I hope you have a good day, Trev. It was priceless, you were so cute. I stamped a foot indignantly.
Huh?
Cute? Cute? You're being even cuter right now. Stop flirting with me. Your playboy act won't work on me. I mean it this time. I mean, I always mean it, but... I shoved him into the water, and he screamed like a banshee. He popped up, a wide smile on his face. Didn't know you had it in you. You should know better than that by now.
All right.
Oh yeah? Take this, and thanks for the cheer. I think that might pop up, actually. Yes, now everything's clearing. He grabbed my arm, pulled me under again, and the epic war began. PBG and Mai watched us fight, placing bets and generally having a much more relaxing time floating on the waves together, well over reach, lest we dragged them in as well. Jared and I attacked each other, never doing something dangerous, but always trying to one up the other. As we swirled the water, as Jared tried hard to chase me down, I was a way faster swimmer, as I jumped on his shoulders to dunk him into the water, as we watched the fish swim beneath our feet. I felt that I was truly happy to be dating Jared. A few hours passed, and the water was starting to feel genuinely cold to me. I was laying on my back, watching clouds drift by, listening to Mai trying to freak out PBG out. This is a safe beach. I looked it up. They net the outside, so big fish can't get through. You really think a shark can rip through a little old net? I checked. It's a special reinforced net, so... You think they couldn't just jump over it? As I floated, my head bumped into something squishy and I turned. Jared beamed down at me, look appear sincere affection on his face. I'm really happy right now. My eyes widened. My heart stopped. He looked so happy. That caused a frame skip. Oh well, it's okay.
Jared.
Jared? He pulled me into his arms and I flushed, conscious of the fact that between the both of us we were practically naked. Jared buried his head into my hair, nuzzling me happily.
Hana?
Thank you, Hana, for hooking up with me. Thank you for being my girlfriend. It's our anniversary today, isn't it? Is it? 3 weeks. Thank you. I flushed, holding on to his arms, then tightening beneath my hands. It was a strange feel to muscles beneath the skin. My own arms were so thin and frail, and his skin was so rough. I shook my head rapidly. I'm sorry I've been kind of a jerk lately. No, I'm sorry. I didn't get where you're coming from. It makes way more sense now. That doesn't make it any easier to deal with, though. Thanks for that. You're welcome. My heart thumped hard in my chest as I finally vocalized a question that had been on the back of my mind for weeks. Jared, you trust me, don't you? Jared smiled wistfully at me. You know, there was a time that I was really and truly afraid. I liked you as soon as I met you on that train, but the more I interacted with you, the more I liked you. You couldn't hide your reactions, people. If you're afraid, you looked afraid. If you're mad, your face would darken, even if you didn't say anything. I guess I thought that when we started dating, I'd be able to see how much you liked me whenever you looked at me, and that... obviously that didn't happen. He chuckled lightly. So I got scared. I didn't want to look at you and see you mad or see you upset. But it seemed like it happened a lot when I was around you. I had a hard time dealing with it. I was afraid I was disappointing you. And when I messed up in front of you, I was terrified that... I don't know. That you'd see I wasn't perfect and you'd break up with me or something. But I did mess up. A lot. Every time, even though you got upset, you never made it seem like you didn't also like me. You never made it seem like I was wrong. Not wrong like I did something wrong, but wrong as a person. Wait, so does it mean you do trust me, or...? He chuckled and kissed me on the forehead. I flushed.
Yeah.
Of course I do. You deserve it. Ew, gross! Mai shouted from across the water at us. Too cute, stop being gross! I stuck my tongue out at her. Jared flipped her off.
Hey.
You know, we'll have to go soon. We won't be back in time for curfew. Ah, man, I don't wanna. I don't care if you wanna. You still have to do it.
I giggled and doggy paddled my way to the shore. Maya sat up next to me, positively humming with happiness. Don't say it. I told. Don't say it! You owe me ice cream for this, with sprinkles. Fine, I'll buy you an ice cream sometime. In case you're wondering about that, it was because they made a bet during Chapter 1 that she would not fall in love by the end of the year. And she fell in love by the end of the year, obviously. Thanks, Mai.
You're my best friend, Hana.
Anything from best friend. Race you to the shore. Mai and I raced to the shore as Jared tried to piggyback Puji through the water. Mai won, obviously. On both fronts, she won. The next week at Asagao was peaceful and happy. Jared returned to Asagao and accepted a reprimand he received from class, such a broad smile that his teacher really didn't find it in him to dole out punishment. For once, misunderstandings between Jared and me seemed to vanish. He started avoiding normal boots during lunch, and instead we ate together, out in the field, having private little picnics to ourselves. We laughed together, we talked before class, we spent time after class. Saw less and less of Mai, but I always gave her a brief update when I got back to our dorm. I worried that she would feel lonely, but as the days passed, she seemed to only get happier and happier. I often saw her at her desk, writing something and grinning like a madman, but I couldn't tell what. Even with the tournament that weekend, I wasn't too worried. I could handle anything, come win or come lose. I still wanted to join the Obus Club, but I wasn't desperate to like I was before. I chuckled softly to myself as I finished outlining Jared's most recent dungeon to his large grid map. Jared wasn't as artistically inclined as I was, so he asked me to help out with dungeon mastering every now and then, explaining to me how the game worked and reenacting adventures in live form. It actually kind of also reminds me in a sense of how my friend Jessica taught me how to dungeon master and stuff, which I appreciate this scene for what it is. I hoped that eventually he would feel comfortable enough to have me join an actual campaign. This time, however, I didn't think I would hear another story. Jared shut the door behind him, having returned from going to get the mail, and walked slowly to his seat, reading and rereading something in his hands. He looked pale, and I set down my marker as he collapsed into his chair. Jared, something wrong? He held up an ornate piece of paper, lined with intricate gold engravings. Remind me a bit of the letter I received asking me for presents at the tea ceremony. The Narashiko family cordially invites you to... His voice caught in his throat, and he put his head in his hands. Why didn't I see this coming? What is it? I snatched the letter from his hands. The Narashiko family cordially invites you to our yearly public tea ceremony and audit exhibition. Below the ornate script, where clearly another message was supposed to go, was a jerky and angular scrawl. We request the presence of Jared Nabenbauer and his significant other to a special performance, demonstrating the suitability and elegance of the future of the Narashiko family. Significant other was indented into the paper, as though someone for some reason tried to kill the paper with those words. Well, that's not too bad, right? Hana, you don't understand. She wants to humiliate you. She wants to show you exactly how out of your league you are.
Seriously?
That's okay. I don't mind if I make a fool of myself. I mean, it'll suck in a moment for sure, but what do I care what those people think about me? You don't get it. Even if you don't care, I do. If you're going with me, we're gonna have to practice. I'll have to drill you on the basics, and maybe with the grace of 4, you won't completely embarrass yourself for me. I clamped my mouth shut, stunned. Embarrassment to you? Really? The only way you can go is if you practice, and if you will, won't you? Well, you know one thing. We could sit and disagree. Probably. You know what? We're gonna agree. Despite the fact that I felt insulted, despite the fact that Jared was being more rude than ever, I acquiesced. I knew that how his mother thought of him was important to him. Even if she was a complete monster, even if she acted as though she could care less for his well-being, she was still his mother, and Jared still loved her. That relationship and those dynamics weren't going to change overnight, and neither was Jared.
He even felt completely comfortable. He even felt comfortable being himself around me. That mean his other self would suddenly vanish. With all this in mind, it was very hard to be angry with him. And besides, I hope that maybe if I met her and saw what she was like firsthand, maybe then I'd be able to help him a bit more. Jared smiled at me, but his smile was brief. Okay, we're gonna do this. We have to start now. The ceremony is the day after the tournament, so...
What?
What? Not so soon.
He nodded. Clearly, she planned it this way. He ran a hand through his hair. I know it would make more sense just to have you not go, but I don't want that. I don't want to act like I'm not dating someone. You'd surely try to set me up with some rich girl if I did that.
Yeah.
But even more than that, I'm proud that you're my girlfriend. I don't want to hide you.
Jared.
All right.
So, to work. Alright, we're going to have to control your movements. Jared drilled me on tea ceremony protocol deep into the night, trying to condition my body to have a sense of grace and poise. It was slow going, but by the end of the night, we both thought maybe we had a chance. Maybe. Jared and I practiced what we could for the tea ceremony right up until the day of the tournament. I woke that morning groggy and nauseous. I spent so much time worrying about my relationship with Jared that I hardly practiced. Even now, when I spent the entire night after a tea ceremony feverishly battling strangers online, I felt horribly guilty. The tournament. How would things go? Would I really be able to beat Ian? I had to if I wanted to join the Normal Boots Club. With these thoughts in my mind, I changed my Asagao uniform and crept out of the room. It was early Saturday morning. Mai had come home even later than me. I wanted to let her sleep. I stepped out into the fresh spring air, taking a deep breath. My event was one of the first, so I had to be there earlier than most. I set my shoulders and started across campus. The arcade, at which the tournament was being held, was much smaller than I expected. I felt like I'd find some kind of convention, but instead it was a small, local arcade filled with machines. Smaller rooms split off, which were probably where the individual competitions take place throughout the day. A few public people milled about the space, generally older folk in their 20s and 30s. I glanced at the agenda in my hand and made my way to one of the back rooms. When I entered the competition room, I found 2 chairs on an elevated platform. A computer and projectors sitting between them and hooked up to separate controllers. Ian sat in one of the chairs, looking bored out of his mind.
Good morning.
Ian.
Hey.
It's about time you showed up. I was starting to get worried that you died.
Ah, sweet, you be concerned.
Is it?
Yeah.
I got into the chair next to him. A man came over to me and checked my name and club affiliation. I said that I was a member of the Normal Boots Club, a small surge of pride making me sit up straight as I did. There were chairs lined up for people to watch us compete, and to my surprise, the entire room soon filled. I searched the crowd to find the guys.
There they were.
Everyone but Jared and Paul. Let me get my coffee open. There we go. I had another one prepared just in case I need one for dry throats. Where were they? As I stared worriedly into the crowd, a blurred movement caught my eye. Jimmy was sitting in a chair on the edge of the rest of the Hidden Block Club, beaming at me. When he saw me looking, he raised his eyebrows. Ian rolled his eyes.
Really?
Would it kill you to root for your own teammate? I giggled. Finally, the lights around us dimmed and the projector started up, showing the main menu of Dum Doom's Revenge on screen. It was time to start. The MC began his introduction, explaining the rules of the game. Ian turned to me, a smirk on his face.
Sure you're ready for this?
Yeah.
You bet I am.
Ready to go.
The man turned to us. Ian and I nodded.
Then, 3, 2, 1, start.
The game began. I immediately clicked to fill my screen with 2 more lines of blocks. Ian began working with what he had. I scanned the blocks through the pink hearts, eliminating them one by one, making combos where I could. I still wasn't advanced enough to blank combos ahead of time.
I thought I could make it much more likely for combos to happen through probability. The pinks were all but gone. Green leaves were next. Dumbadoom started flipping at the top of the screen. Ian must be comboing, which meant I had a few seconds before those blocks would fall. I set up a combo on top of the screen and started eliminating the orange blocks below it. Then it happened. Colonel, it happened. A 6 combo jumped out at me from on the screen. My eyes crossed as I stared at it in shock. I just had to move the top block over one space. Then, as quickly as I saw it, it vanished. The blocks looked normal again. You're dead! As Ian's blocks fell upon my humble kingdom, I slid the combo into place. 2, 3, 4 combo, 5 combo, 6 combo, 7 combo, 8 combo. Ian's deck converted into blocks and hovered above mine. I set up several more combos and waited for them to fall. 10 combo, legendary. Dumbadoom started farting out rainbows over Ian's zone. Then, blocks. So many blocks. They didn't come in a chunk, they came in a torrential downpour. All over Ian's side, sliding from left to right and back again. Ian blinked, his hands and his eyes moving frantically over the screen. I wasn't sure he had ever seen something like that before. I sure hadn't. I continued the combo while this was happening, but at that point, there was no need. Ian's screen filled up. He kept trying to make combos to the very end, but... Game over! That was it. I won. I stared, dumbfounded, at the screen in front of me. Ian's mouth hung open. The room was silent. Then... Yeah, Hana!
Aw, yeah!
I knew you could do it! I glanced up to see the room applauding. All of it, even the hidden block club. The announcer was gaping at the screen. I've never seen a score that high. Certain I was red as a tomato, I stood to climb down off the platform. Not so fast. Ian stepped in front of me, grim as always. I braced myself for his infamous sarcasm. But, to my surprise, he laughed.
Hana.
That was a hell of a game, Hana. That's exactly what I wanted from you. He held up a hand in the air, looked at it in confusion. Don't leave me hanging.
Yeah.
Oh! I high-fived him, and he clasped my hand in his. Thanks, Hana. That was fun. Then he disappeared into the depressing crowd. In the midst of life. I whittled my way through all the people, eager to find Jared. I looked for his head above the rest of the crowd, but I couldn't see him anywhere.
Hey!
Hana, there you are. Ready to get your groove on? He wiggled in front of me, stomach wiggling like a worm. Have you seen Jared? Actually, I saw him talking with Paul out front. He seemed upset. Is everything okay? I left Wally where he stood, sprinting for the front door. I dashed outside the arcade, searching frantically along the strip in front of it. Flash of green caught my eye, and I sprinted towards it. I jammed myself between Peter and Paul, arms outstretched. You have no reason to be mean to him. He's here for the tournament. He's one of us. By now you should have. A hand fell on my shoulder, and I turned. Anna, you don't need to worry. Paul was just apologizing. I looked at Jared in confusion and whirled back to face Paul, who smiled sheepishly at me. You were? Kind of. Jared cleared his throat.
Yeah!
I mean, yeah, definitely. I was definitely apologizing. Sorry, man. I looked from Paul to Jared and back. Apologies don't generally take 20 minutes. Neither of you were there to see my event. Jared's eyes grew wide and he smacked himself in the forehead.
What?
Oh man, your event was first. I thought so. I'm sorry, Hana. I should have been there. We should have been there. Jared grimaced at Paul, who made a face back. Are either going to explain what's going on here? Paul shook his head with a sigh. Politics, Hana. How'd your event go?
Yay!
Oh yeah, I won! I started bouncing up and down, pulling on Jared's hand. Can you believe that? I won! Never thought I'd win.
Nice.
Hell yeah! That's what I'm talking about, Hana.
Yeah!
Congratulations! I'm sure you're grateful to hear that. I beamed at the both of them. Jared patted the top of my bow, and I grabbed his hand to hold it instead. Paul cleared his throat. Jared, competition's up soon, isn't it? Yeah, they'll be starting in a few minutes.
Alright.
I wish you luck then. All head back into the arcade, presumably to give us some privacy. Jared smiled down at me. Ready to see some mad skills?
I'm more than ready.
We head inside. Jared pulled me through the crowd into a small room at the back. Waleed stood in front of a large projector screen and a console, being scanned by some object. His figure appeared on the projector in front of us, mirroring his movements with only a slight lag. I moved to the edge of the room as Jared joined Waleed out on the dance floor.
Hey!
Ready to get your butt kicked, Jared? By the meme master? Get real. You never see moves like what I've got. We'll see about that. As the tournament's half finished setting up, the room filled with more and more people. Soon it became ridiculously hot and incredibly crowded, and I was shunted into a corner. It was only through sheer audacity that I managed to maintain a window. No, this is a skip frame, so. Several middle-aged women came and stood next to me, wielding large cutouts of Jared's face. Apparently his popularity extended beyond Asagao. Jared stretched in front of the projector, his every move causing small gasps from the crowd. Alright, we're about ready. Our lead of the Hidden Block Club, please take the stage first. Of course I will. Jared stepped off the stage while he took his turn under the lights. The song selection has been decided pre-match by the tournament staff. It's the karaoke version of Pacific Drive. At his words, Jared's face lit up, while Waleed turned pale. This wouldn't be the same Pacific Drive by super famous, popular, incredibly talented idol Gore Love, would it? That's the one. Perfect. I frowned. Waleed was acting like he just received a death sentence. This song shouldn't be different from any other. He held a hand to the console and drew it to the right, starting the song. As the music started, my eyes widened, and I heard this somewhere before. Jared caught my eyes from across the floor and grinned. I had. It was Jared's modeling music. Here goes nothing. To my enormous surprise, a large portion of the audience started cheering. No, not just cheering. Hyperventilating. They were nondescript girls, probably teenagers. They weren't holding any Hidden Block or Earl Boots fan gear. By the way they were cheering, it was as if they were seeing their favorite celebrity in the flesh at their first time. Waleed started moving to the music, and I was taken aback. He was surprisingly agile, even more surprisingly precise. His movements looked as though not only had this specific routine been practiced dozens of times, but he had help from an actual dance teacher. Was that even fair? I glanced across the floor at Jared, who was watching my face with a slightly peeved expression. He looked at Waleed and turned his head in a huff, as if saying Waleed was nothing compared to him. I smirked. Jealous, were we? But then something strange happened. Rather than following the choreography of the song, Waleed started doing different moves. The girls in the back of the row screamed ever louder, but his score was going down. Waleed, what are you doing? That's Jimmy. Jimmy screamed at him from across the room, practically having a conniption. Waleed really realized his mistake, but it was too late. His score had taken a huge hit. You gotta be kidding me. The song finally ended. Waleed's score was totaled 860,400. He had taken a 140,000 hit. And next is the contestant, Jared from the Normal Boots Club. Waleed jogged off the stage as Jared, arms held high like a gladiator in the arena, stepped on stage. The crowd gathered and screamed so loud I actually saw my vision shudder. Thank you all, my lovely fans, for coming to see me. Each and every one of you are as near and dear to my heart. He blew a kiss at the crowd and winked, then turned to look at me. He kissed his fingers and held them out as if pressing them against my lips, even though I stood on the other side of the room. I flushed, and he turned to face the machine, moving his hand to the right. Strange. But as the music started to play, I noticed something odd in the way Jared was facing the screen. He didn't look like he usually did when he was focused, not like he did when he was practicing or starting writing new D&D campaign scenarios. His gaze was less sharp. He seemed more focused on what was around him than the actual screen. Oh no. His walls are up. He was more focused on putting on a good performance than on winning. As if the dance started, his Jared swirled and spun, losing his hips with passionate fervor. As the crowd screamed and swooned, I watched his score. It was moving slowly upwards, but not as fast as Williams had. Polly had watched on the screen and seemed to realize this too. A small grin spread across his face. No! No! What do I do? Jared's movements weren't as precise. He was having a hard time controlling them in this effort to wow the crowd. He was nearly to the midpoint of the song. I had to do something. Then an idea struck me. Excuse me! I dove through the crowd, pushing and shoving without giving a single care who I hit or whether I was being rude. Just outside the room I found Paul, anxiously trying to get a glimpse of Jared.
What's up?
Hana, what's wrong? Come with me, please! I grabbed his hand without waiting for a reply and pulled him into the room, shoving back through the crowd. This time they saw me coming and quickly moved out of the way. You didn't really make up with Jared, did you? Well, if he's really your friend, cheer him on. Please snap him out of it.
Seriously?
You're the only one who can do it. What are you talking about? Snap him out of what? Just do it! I pushed him to the front of the crowd where Paul stood in a confused daze. In slow motion, his hands raised cup his mouth. Jared! Blush. I'm here for you no matter what. So, please continue. Jared faltered in the middle of one of his moves, shooting a quick look at Paul. Paul gave him a thumbs up and Jared's face softened. Jared, the game! Jared Sparkle's crash things. Jesus! He turned to the screen, a familiar steely glint in his eye. Jared was back. The crowd exclaimed as suddenly Jared's moves became precise and intricate. He mimicked the movements on screen as if he were a robot, replicating with such precision I almost felt like I was watching a pre-recorded video. His score suddenly doubled its rising speed, slowly tipping over 650,000, 700,000. Jared struck a finish pose, and the song faded from the room. Paul and I watched breathlessly as the game tallied its final score. Slowly the numbers trickled onto the screen. 890,600.
Yay!
Jared, you did it! My screams were lost in the cheers of the crowd. Jared raised his arms up and sprang across the edge of the stage, finally reaching Paul and I. He fist pumped Paul and pulled him into a quick bro hug. Then he turned to me. Thank you, Hana. He pulled me into a bear hug, and this time I was too happy to pull away. We spent our time wandering around the arcade and playing random games after that. Jared showed me a bunch of weird games I never would have played had he never pointed them out, talking about how they were integral to his childhood. As the rest of the guys shifted in and out of their successes and failures intermingled. It wasn't until the MC took the stage that we discovered who won. The winner of the 2015 South-Southwest tournament is... the Normal Boots Club. Yes! I screamed and clapped, and we swarmed on stage. Our MC didn't know what hit him. As we celebrated on stage, Paul grabbed the microphone.
Alright.
I would like to take this moment to thank the fans, our families, but most of all... Paul turned to Jared. Our friends. To thank our friends for sticking with us and seeing the best in us, even when we make terrible asses of ourselves. Jared laughed and clapped Paul in the back, then pointed at me. Oh, right. We also have an announcement to make. As of today, we officially have a new addition to the Normal Boots Club. Please welcome Hana Mizuno. Jared went to the end of the stage and pulled out a Normal Boots jacket in exactly my size. He hung around my shoulders, gently pushing me to the front of the stage.
Yeah!
Congratulations, Hana. He smiled at me and stepped away. Paul handed me the microphone, and for the first time I had a spotlight of my own.
Thank you all so much. I'll do my very best, I promise.
Not knowing what else to do, I bowed deeply, deep enough that my hair tickled the floor. PBG pulled me up and pointed into the crowd. There, an excited Mai jumped up and down, waving at us. I beamed back at her.
Yeah.
I did it, Mai.
My voice swooned across the room. I realized I still held the microphone in my hand. Hardly embarrassed, I handed it back to Paul. Eventually, we had to get off the stage, and when we did, I waded through the crowd to get to Mai. As soon as she saw me, she tackled me nearly to the ground.
And you can do it. Thank you, Mai.
Yeah.
We have to do something to celebrate. You, PBG, Jared, and I should go see a movie or something. That new Star Wars is out, and I heard it's really good. Yeah, we should.
A hand placed itself on my shoulder. I turned to see Jared shaking his head sadly. As much as I would love to go, I have something to attend to. I met his eyes and remembered. Right. We had to practice for the ceremony.
I haven't seen you like it all this week.
I was really looking forward to it.
I'm sorry, Mai, but it's really important. I'll explain everything to you once it's over.
I frowned.
Fine.
You should still go with PBG, though. I'm sure he'd enjoy that. Mai and Jared exchanged looks, like they passed a secret letter between them. Mai smirked.
If you say so.
She disappeared into the crowd, heading in the direction of Jared Sparkles, constantly causing the gray screen to occur. She disappeared into the crowd, heading to the direction of the messy, brown mop of hair sticking out above the rest.
Sorry, Hana. No, it's okay. It's important. We can celebrate later, right?
Right. I promise we will. I smiled and nodded.
In that case, let's get practicing.
Jared and I sat on a train, chugging slowly towards the city. I had my full yukata on. Jared told me he didn't believe his mom would leave a room for me to change in. Just another way to sabotage me. In my lap sat a small satchel, the same one Mai had used when she kidnapped Jared and me and took us to the beach. My regular Asagao uniform was in there, along with my normal boots club jacket. I didn't need it, but having it with me gave me a surge of pride and hope. If I could do that, I could do anything. There was nothing much we wanted to say to each other, nothing much we could say to each other. I knew what was going on in Jared's mind. Blind flurry of panic, anxiety, and guilt. Throughout my lessons, he profusely apologized for having put me into the position where I had to do something like this. No matter how I tried to assure him that I didn't care, that was worth it for him, he couldn't let it go. Any time my eyes drooped or I yawned, my stomach growled, my mind wandered. I saw the same look of guilt cross his face. Now he sat, chin in his hand, watching as the train slowly pulled into the station. I drew the rough fabric together in my fist. It was time to meet Jared's mother. When we stepped out of the station, Jared flagged down a taxi. We had to drive for a solid 30 minutes, through the city streets and then into something like the countryside. Slowly, we rose into the mountains before finally the taxi drivers dropped us off at the beginning of a cobblestone path. Jared paid the tab without even blinking, and I shook my head. What I could do with that money, what my father could do with that money. Jared took my hand as we wandered down the path. Finally he sighed. There it is. Home. An elegant Japanese-style building rose out of the forest, built in what looked like a natural clearing. The path led right up to the door, and Jared helped me up the steps, apologizing for forcing me to wear such a restrictive piece of clothing. Also, this place.
You ready?
I nodded, my mouth suddenly dry. I was not ready. He pulled open the screen door and led me quietly into the room. There, waiting in front of a large, open room, stood the woman who could only be Jared's mother. She smiled as she saw Jared walk in, but then she saw me. She glanced at my yukata, and a smile slid off her face.
I see you came prepared. I should have expected less from my Jared.
Um,
It's Nice to meet you. I'm James now, I hope.
Spare me the pleasantries. I don't plan on making your acquaintance.
Her words stung, but I tried as hard as I could not to let it show. Despite everything I knew about Jared's mother, a small part of me had hoped that she would, somehow, for some reason, change her mind. Jared's face fell too, and I knew he had entertained the same hope.
Well, since you're prepared, you won't mind giving a demonstration to our guests gathered here?
She stretched out an arm out behind her. For the first time, I saw a small crowd of older adults lining the walls in the back of the room. My heart thudded against my chest as I glanced across the faces. I knew these people. I'd seen these people in my mother's magazines, on cards that came with the pottery she bought. She called me into the room to show me her latest find and tell me how one day, if at all possible, she'd love to meet Mrs. Saito or Miss Sakura. And now they stood in front of me, flesh and blood, exacting looks roaming up and down my person. I straightened, suddenly panicked. I heard Jared softly curse under his breath.
You're running late. You've wasted their time. I do hope this'll make up for it.
I looked fearfully at Jared, but he just shook his head. His mother had purposely given us the wrong time. There was nothing I could do. Jared walked to the back of the room and took a seat with the rest of the observers, and Jared's mother led me to the center of the room and the equipment that sat out in front of her. As I sat opposite from her, careful to first bow and show proper respect to her, I started to gain a bit of confidence. She might try to mess me up, but I had practiced. I was well prepared. I pulled out the equipment that I'd be using, and my heart stopped. I tried very hard to maintain a calm, serene expression, and dared a glance at Jared. He was pale as a sheet. The equipment sitting in front of me, some of it looked familiar, but others looked like something I had never seen before. Even the tea was different. Instead of the matcha I used with Jared, they were actual tea leaves. My hands started to sweat, then to shake. I didn't know what I was supposed to do for the first step. I didn't understand. I practiced for hours every day. I knew what I was doing. I knew how to perform a basic abantame flawlessly. And yet Jared's mother expected me to be at another level, at some kind of master level. My hands fell into my lap. I hung my head. There was a rustling amongst the people watching. I dared glance at Jared's mother, fearful of the anger I would find there. She wasn't angry. She was smiling. I felt a gentle hand place itself on my back. Jared was squatting next to me. Take my seat. Don't worry. I nodded, tears pricking my eyes. I failed. We failed. I stood and bowed, then took Jared's place at the back of the room, not making eye contact with anyone. Jared resumed from where I left off, if you could call it that, serving the tea elegantly with flawless poise, as if this was what he intended to happen all along. He showed his mother the proper respect, despite what she did to us. I wasn't sure whether I was proud of him or angry at him. Finally, the ceremony ended. As the guests stood to mingle, Jared instantly came to my side. Come on, let's go change. He took me out of the room and over to a different area. My room's in there. Let me know when you're done. I nodded sadly, heading into the room, but he caught my arm. Hey, there was nothing you could do. I'd hoped she'd actually meant to give you a chance, but I should have known better. There was no way you could prepare for what she threw at you. That was a special form of ceremony, a tradition found by the Nadeshiko family, and only taught to our most loyal students and faithful supporters. There was no chance from the beginning. I wasn't sure whether what he said was supposed to make me feel better or worse, but I definitely felt worse. We're going to have dinner with her after the guests leave. Just try to be yourself. I'm sure she'll understand. He said that, but I could tell by the look on his face that he didn't believe it at all. I nodded and stepped into the room. The room was almost completely bare. There was a small cushion mattress, presumably Jared's bed, and a few books in a single tier shelf along the back wall. Other than that, nothing. I changed my clothes quickly. The room felt odd, almost hostile. I didn't feel comfortable there, not one bit. I emerged from the room, my yukata and jacket in my bag.
Jared, was that really your room?
All childhood memories, isn't it? I was too busy studying to have much fun. At least, that was what my mom told me when I complained.
Jared,
I stroked his face. How much had he suffered under his mother? He never seemed to want to talk about it or give me details. But if this was anything to go off of... Jared took my hand away from his face, rubbing the back of it with his thumb. Not here. I'm sorry. I didn't like this one bit. I wanted him to stop apologizing. I wanted him to stop looking at me with that sorry expression. I wanted to get this dinner over with. By the time we dared to enter the room again, Jared's mother was seated at a table. The guest had gone.
It's about time you showed up.
Jared frowned, but gently guided me to 2 seats opposite his mother. We bowed politely and sat down, at which point she clapped her hands and a servant, no, or a worker, a chef of some kind, brought in the food and scurried out. We picked up our chopsticks, but Jared waited as his mother picked food from the plate. I followed suit, watching her pick the best pieces of cooked beef, the juiciest looking vegetables for her plate. It wasn't a fancy meal. She really saw no point in pleasing us. When she finished, we served ourselves and quietly began to eat. I tried to be as polite as I could, all the table manners my father and mother taught me ringing through my skull. There was no way I could match Jared or his mother. I hadn't expected anyone to exude more grace and flawlessness than Jared, but now that I saw his mother, I realized I was wrong. She was fluid, almost like a river, but for every calm, dance-like movement, I could sense the ferocity of a raging waterfall. She was absolutely immaculate, her makeup drawn on as if by a professional artist, her clothes wrinkle-free, looking almost like they were on a store mannequin. Not a single movement was wasted, not a single bit of effort expended that didn't have to be. She was exacting, she was ferocious, she was flawless, she was cold. I turned my eyes to my bowl. It had been 5 straight minutes and not a single sentence was spoken. I glanced at Jared and saw his lips pressed together tightly. I wondered whether he ever spoke to his mother first, whether he was even allowed to. When Jared's mother broke the silence, and I almost jumped. So harsh was the change.
So I have an alcoholic for a son, do I?
Jared swallowed hard, but he kept his eyes on his plate.
Not only an alcoholic, but a delinquent, a boor. Someone who skips class, and on top of that, doesn't fulfill his obligations. Someone who makes vast promises to the populace, but fails to deliver on them. Someone who begged and begged me for years to let him have his hobby. When we finally settled on a mutually beneficial agreement, someone who falls through in his biggest moment.
Mutually beneficial? Was she talking about his modeling? Jared refused to speak, but I saw his eyes glaze over and his movements become robotic. He was withdrawing again. Now I understood where it came from.
I told your good-for-nothing father that having a child would be unwise. But you know your father. Even ever ambitious, ever loving, ever over-promising. And here we are. I shouldn't have listened to him.
My eyes grew wide, my mouth dry. I set my food down and took a drink of water. This was Jared's mother. This was who he grew up with, who he returned home to every day as a child. This is supposed to be his sanctuary from the threats of the outside world. I shook my head. No, the outside world is probably his sanctuary from here.
And you!
Her gaze shifted to me, looking me in the eyes for the first time. Goosebumps rippled across my skin.
Don't think I haven't heard of you. When I heard my darling Jared was dating someone, I looked into your history. You, a poverty-stricken girl, a motherless girl, a homewrecker, another delinquent.
How does she know those things? How did she know those things about me? I wanted to glance at Jared to see how he took what she was saying. I hadn't told him about my past, hadn't had a chance to explain what happened to me or why I came to Asagao. I kept those things myself, wanting to leave them in the past, but now, and in the worst way. Don't think I don't see through you. What do you want? Money? Status? Fame? I'll make sure you don't get a single drop. I'll make sure you and your worthless father return to exactly where you came from. Certainly, that's what you deserve to be. I wanted to speak up. I wanted to say something to her, but her very presence coated the room like fog. And I didn't want to make it worse for Jared. Whatever happened here, I could go home and never see her again. Jared, though. Jared had returned here when vacation started. My anger and horror quickly turned to frustration, and frustration quickly turned to tears. Horrified, I tried to blink them back, but that only seemed to make it worse. As the first tear trickled down my cheek, Jared's mom beamed. And now you're crying! My, what a fragile girl! Have you no redeeming qualities? Jared slammed his chopsticks down on the table. His mother and I both jumped, turning to stare at him in utter shock. His mother looked as though he just slapped her across the face. I am sick of this. Jared Nabenbauer, you listen to me. No, mother, you listen to me. I have put up with you for 17 straight, horribly awful, painful, joyless years of my life. I begged and begged for you to grant me an ounce of happiness or sunshine every day, and you rejected me in favor of your own selfish greed and pointless ambition, all intended to hide your pathetic sense of loneliness and abandonment. I had finally found something, someone who makes me happy, someone who showed me that I was still worth a damn, even though I wasn't perfect, someone who showed me that everything you taught me throughout my life was wrong.
No.
And I will be damn straight to hell if you think I'm going to let you take her away from me. I stared at Jared in awe, sparks practically flying off him. His mother gaped at him like a dying fish. As he looked at her in the face, his anger seemed to fade slightly. The way you want me to live is painful. It's claustrophobic. I'm sorry. I know what you want from me. I know what you've sacrificed to get me here. But I won't live like that anymore, no matter what you try to do. I'm not perfect, and neither are you. And there's a strong chance Dad's family won't recognize you no matter what you do. You should just accept it. You would be happier that way. He hesitated. His mother watched him like a wounded animal, scanning his every movement for hidden motives. What should be most important is how we feel about ourselves, not how other people see us. That broke the spell. Jared's mother folded her hands on top of the table, resuming her flawlessly cold exterior. Get out of this house! Jared bit his lip and stood. I stumbled to my feet after him. We bowed quickly to his mother before heading for the door. Don't come back until you understand how to behave properly. Do you understand me? Until then, you might as well not have a home. Jared opened the door and ushered me out, pausing before closing it. Goodbye, Mom. I love you. Then he shut the door.
Jared.
Jared? I tried to approach him, but instead he shook his head, leading me back up the trail to the road. He took my hand in his, and with the other pulled out his cell phone and called for a cab. When that was done, we walked in steady silence. Jared, I'm sorry. Jared stopped walking. What are you sorry for? I'm sorry that I messed up, and I'm so sorry that your mother hates me, and I'm sorry I never told you about my past, and I'm so sorry for it. I'm sorry for everything. Jared turned and pulled me to a hug. Please don't apologize, Hana.
You're perfect.
You're worth it to me. Please don't let my mother get in your head. I looked into his eyes and nodded. Okay, I won't. He smiled and kissed me gently, ever so gently, on the forehead. Thank you, my Hana. for everything. Slowly, we began the long trip back to Asagao. The drive up to the train station was long and slow. Traffic filled the streets. As we were leaving at rush hour, the driver filled the empty space with nervous chatter about his 5-year-old son, and how proud he was that he got along well with the chickens. No doubt he sensed leftover tension for our visit and was trying to dissipate it, but instead he made things worse. Jared listened to the man's words and smiled a lopsided smile. I stared out the window, not sure what to make of anything. It wasn't until we were walking back to the dorms that I remembered my Nora Boots club jacket. I took it out of my satchel and pulled it around my shoulders, smiling as it stilled my busy mind. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Right. Jared's mother might be something they'd have to deal with, that we'd have to deal with at some point. But right now, our lives were at Asagao Academy, with Nora Boots Club, with the Hidden Block Club. Jared's mother would come later. We could afford to shelve her for now. I opened my eyes and found Jared with his head in his hands, worried. I put an arm around his shoulder.
Hey,
Jar Jar? You okay? He shook his head.
Don't worry. Everything will be alright. Somehow.
How?
well,
How? That's a good question. Huh?
No, not that. How could you ever forgive me after what I just put you through? Hana, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I naively thought. I was so wrong. I'm so sorry. Struck by the tone in his voice, I began rubbing his back in panic.
what?
Jared, it's okay. It's okay. I forgive you. You didn't do anything wrong. It was all your mom.
No.
I just sat there and let her say all that to you. No, you stood up for me. Remember? You told her right the heck off. I bet that felt good.
Jared wiped his face and sat up straight again, nodding. I bit my lip.
But was what happened really okay?
My mother and I will probably never see eye to eye, but I think that's okay. He smiled sheepishly, taking my hand in his. Ever since meeting you, I felt so free. I never believed that anyone would like me unless I lived up to what they wanted me to be. I thought the real me wouldn't be able to measure up. Then over time, I realized that I was kind of messed up. And I thought that even if someone could have liked the real me, they could never like the broken me. I tried to work with it, keep people at a distance, but to be frank, being with you has shown me that's absolutely stupid. You and the rest of Nora Boots, yes, even Paul, care about me because of who I am, not who you expect me to be like. For as much as I've messed up, you've always gave me the benefit of the doubt. You liked me regardless of whether I messed up, regardless of whether I was perfect. Hana, thank you. I'm so sincerely thankful to have met someone as amazing as you.
I didn't really do anything.
It doesn't hurt that you're crazy hot either.
Jared!
Sorry, drink. I smacked him on the shoulder and he laughed. Then he reached out to hold my face in his hand. The CG of the moment is...
Hana.
You really are the most beautiful person. You know that? CG of the moment. Ham. Just so much ham. All of it.
So stop it! Go in the middle. I'm gonna cease to exist.
Jared chuckled, then drew my face to his. Barely had time to register what was happening before our lips met. In that moment, the only thing that existed for me was Jared. And the police. No, that was an ambulance, actually. My apologies. Time stopped and his eyes closed, and then Jared pulled away.
Sorry, I know you don't like PDA, but I couldn't help it this time. No, it was fine this time.
Jared laughed again and pulled me into his side. I love you, Hana. That was it. I was done. I was dead. There is no more Hana to exist. KO. Jared pecked me on the cheek as I tried to mumble out my response, the words getting caught in my mouth. Hearing my mumblings, Jared nuzzled my neck. Don't worry, Hana. I know. Fast End! Hoorah! There's an after credit sequence, so don't skip out just yet. The Best End. Okay. When I initially began this book club, Nyttel's Lost Book Club, I was actually afraid of going under this route initially because of everything that happened outside of this game. But saying back, it's not like the people who made this game knew anything like what would transpire in the future would say. It's not like they knew what would happen in the future beyond this game. Like what happened with John leaving Normal Boots and what happened with Jared and everything else. So my thoughts going into this were, let's divorce that from the game and look at their characterizations. Initially, when I played through this game back in like 2017, I didn't really like this route very much. I just thought that like everyone was so much like very terrible stereotypes and stuff, but over time, playing through this again, it actually is very different from what I thought initially. Playing 2 years later, I got to see that, well, this route was good for trying to find a happy medium between good relationship, or between figuring out the bad from the good and trying to reconcile those things to see if you could have a meaningful relationship come out of it. Right, that. After credit scene.
I say we won't get to spend more time with each other. I want to spend more time with you.
Yeah, that curfew is really annoying. I can at least walk you back. A dog get in trouble for being a gentleman.
Oh, Jared, ever the prince.
All the best for my princess. He winked, and I giggled again. Despite the fact that Jared still spoke the way he did, he didn't feel the same way. Gone was the weird feeling that he was standing on a stage, performing for audiences of thousands instead of simply speaking to me. When we were alone now, it felt like we were well and truly alone. We held hands as we made it to the girls' dorm. Over time, I became less uptight about PDA, and Jared got better understanding what was acceptable in public. We had a rocky start, but at some point we realized we both made assumptions about what being in a relationship should be like, what Jared should and shouldn't do for me, what girlfriend was and what wasn't. I'm going to save this because this is relatively important, I think. We held these weird ideas to the light and found that, like opaque crystals, they blurred everything we did when we tried to look through them. After sorting things out, things got better. Of course, the truth is that things would never be truly perfect. We were both very different people. Jared still had moments when he felt he had the grandstand where he put on a face for others, even around me. His mother still hated my guts. She tolerated me enough to keep me around, but I was sure that if Jared and I continued to date for long enough, she'd look into finding a way to get rid of me. And I still had trouble articulating my feelings to him and deciding what was something I should bring up and what wasn't. But for now, we were happy. We were and truly made each other happy. Here we are.
Yep, here we are.
I blushed as my hand touched the handle of my door.
I'm not supposed to be back from practice for a bit. Do you want to come in?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Okay, good.
Our faces are red as tomatoes. I pushed open my door and flicked on the light.
Jared and I stood in the doorway, absolutely shocked. Mai patted her hair down nervously and Peachy grinned sheepishly from the floor. We were just, looking for aliens, right, Mai?
Bingo.
Yeah, we were summoning them from the bedroom floor. Yeah, because there was like an enchanting circle and, we're dating now.
Yeah.
I knew it. I so called it. Didn't I call it, Jared? You did call it. I called it. PBG sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck and Jared walked over and clapped him on the shoulder, giving him a thumbs up.
Alright.
Good choice, my friend. Thanks. We shall go on a double date sometime. I smiled at Molly, who was watching PBG and Jared have an intense, whispered conversation. She was smiling stupidly, clear over the moon and stars. I pulled her into a hug. I'm happy for you. Took him long enough, right? Hey! We all laughed. Mai pulled out a copy of Permit to Ride, a board game of tiny plastic trains sprawling across a map of Europe, and the four of us played all the way until curfew. This is my laugh at Asagao. Some days I couldn't believe it. I had never been happier. Thank you, everyone, for everything.
Asagao Academy.
And an
Noble
extra
Boots
credit
Club.
scene. My god. Okay. Well, that was a hell of a thing. Alright. So, let me see if that one. Let's try that. Okay, he's not. Well then. Well, yeah, that route is something else too. Let's see. Well, thank you guys for coming out to stream. Hope to see you guys again. That was a lot more reading than I was expecting to do, actually. I forgot this route was the longest one of the routes. And I'll see y'all again next time. I think the next stream I'll do will probably... I'm not quite certain what it'll be just yet, but it'll either be like Fire Emblem 3 Houses or it might be a return to Retro. Not quite sure yet. Anyway, thank you for coming out. Hope to see you guys again. You have a wonderful day. Ugh. End stream.